Welcome to the regular meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is May 20th, 2026. This meeting now comes to order. At this time, I would like to lead everyone into a Memorial Day tribute. As Memorial Day approaches, we come together as a community to remember the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who gave their lives in service to our nation. This Monday, May 25th, Americans across the country will pause to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms. Their courage and selflessness remind us that timeless truth: freedom isn't free. The liberties we enjoy each day have been secured by generations of service members willing to lay down their lives to sacrifice us. As we prepare for the holiday weekend, I encourage everyone to take a moment to reflect on the true meaning of Memorial Day. Attend a ceremony, visit a memorial, display an American flag, share a story of a fallen hero with your family. These simple acts help ensure that these sacrifices are never forgotten. At this time, I ask you to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a singing of the national anthem by Allison from Oasis High School. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Allison, for singing the national anthem, and please be seated. As we prepare for holiday weekend, I encourage everyone to take a moment to reflect on the true meaning of Memorial Day. Attend a ceremony, visit a memorial, display the American flag. And these simple acts help ensure that the sacrifices are never forgotten, like I said before. We have a video for a Memorial Day tribute. Could you play the video, please?
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
I do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and I will obey the orders
of the President of the United States
and the orders of the officers appointed over me,
according to the regulations,
the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
So help me God.
And freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
Thank you. Could you please stand for a moment of silence for our fallen heroes that made the ultimate sacrifice for our country? Thank you. Please be seated. On behalf of the city of Cape Coral, I offer our deepest gratitude to those who gave everything in the service of our country. May we always remember their sacrifice, honor their legacy, and remain committed to preserving their freedoms, that they courageously defended our country. Please remember to say a prayer for the families. We may only recognize this once a year. They have to live with this each and every day. Okay, let's move on to the roll. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
council members Donnell,
Here.
Kaduk,
Here.
Kilrain,
Here.
Lastra,
Here.
Lehman, Long,
Here.
Steinke,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 5 is changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Or I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Motion to adopt as presented.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
all ayes, motion carried.
Item 7 is approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion regarding the minutes from the regular meeting of May 6, 2026?
Motion to approve the regular meeting minutes, May 6, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Move on to item 8A is the consent agenda. I will open up the consent agenda for council to pull any items for discussion. Councilmember Kaduk.
Thank you. Item number 1, Resolution 7-26. Item number 11, Resolution 121-26. Item number 12, Resolution 122-26. Item number 15, Resolution 128-26. Item number 16, Resolution 129-26.
What was the one before 16?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Hold on, I got another light on. Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I got item 2, resolution 82-26. That's it.
All right. Item 2.
What was Caduceus
Motion
before
to approve
16?
consent agenda with the exception of 1, 2, 11, 12, 15, and 16.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
all ayes, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to the first resolution that was pulled, Resolution 7-26. Number 1, Councilmember Kaduk, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, can staff talk a little bit about how this is different from item number 12? And then I also have a question.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, John Osterstock, Facility Projects Manager. So the first agenda item is a Seymour contract, which will bring on board CPPI to provide a construction manager at risk services for us. Some of the most important services that they'll provide are the bidding process. We'll be able to go through them and take a shorter time than it normally would. The latter agenda item number 12, which is also for the fleet facilities project, is a amendment to the design contract to capture a few items that have come up during design of that fleet facility.
Yes, thank you. So this will be for the complex, for the fleet maintenance facility and for the property management facility?
So at this point, the direction that I've been given is to move forward with just the fleet facility, and the property management facility is put on hold.
Mr. City Attorney, that's wrapped into this resolution. So I would think that that would need to be revised first and foremost. Second of all, it says funding source debt. Maybe this is a question for finance. If we knew that this was coming, why are we using debt for it? And thirdly, it says 260 calendar days upon issuance. They can design a building that quickly? A building of this size, built out to 2070 that quickly?
We're already at 90% plans.
Okay. But without the property management facility in there?
Correct. Property
why does it
management
say that in
facility's
there?
already been designed. We're just not moving forward with the construction of it.
Okay. We approve resolutions as a whole, and the verbiage needs to be changed for me to approve this. I'm sure you're here to answer the debt question.
No, actually, I'm here for the resolution question as well. The RFP that we put out there for the CMAR was for both the fleet facility as well as the property management. However, the award of the RFP is specifically for the fleet facility only.
Okay, well, I won't be approving this because it says both. And I would hope my colleagues can see that as well. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 7-26.
Motion to approve.
Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
sorry. I see we've got a little cross-boarding going down here. Maybe we hear from the city attorney or city manager.
No.
Give us a moment if you would, please.
And Mr. City Manager, I did call you on Monday night. You didn't give me a call back. So here we are doing this publicly, unfortunately.
This is being referenced to that. So here's, if I may, just to clear it up, based on what I understand staff is stating. So in reference to the motion, it should be a motion approving resolution number 7-26 with the deletion of the. That's the award of the RFP that was issued. So that name already exists. Right. They're authorizing in section 2. Right, deletion of that portion regarding the property management facilities. All we're moving forward on is fleet maintenance, correct? Yes, that would be.
I so modify my motion to include the deletion of the fleet management, the property management facility.
I can agree.
Mr. City Manager?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to clarify this. So the language that is in section 2 that talks about authorizing this is the RPW KMR to Charles Perry partner. That award, if you look up on one of like the third whereases, that RFP that went out was for the fleet maintenance and property management facility. So that document, that award that has already been issued, that name and title is baked in stone. What we're asking for, and what to be clarified, as said by the city attorney, is in section 2, authorizing pre-construction services for the fleet maintenance building for an amount not to exceed. So this authorization could specifically be tailored that it is
It should have
not,
been cleaned up before it
not
got
for
to us.
anything related to that.
All right. Seeing no other lights on, no other discussion, Councilmember Long, you
That's
got a
me, yes,
question?
sir. Just a refresher really for me. When was the last time that I guess we did an update on the fleet facility as far as this process? I understand in one of these multiple consent memos, they kind of outlined the chronology of it, but has this council sat and actually looked at the design of the future? I know every once in a while we modify the consent and the design, but when did we actually sit and look at it and talk about the debt that we're taking on and talking about the project itself? Is that down the line?
I think the last time we spoke about the fleet facility was last year as we were developing the 26 or the 27 budget, the fiscal year 26 budget. At the time, it was included in the CIP, but as we went forward and we were looking at how to fund the general fund, the majority, at least half of the money would have been coming out of the general fund, and we weren't funding the fleet facility, so it was taken out.
Okay, yeah, for me, I mean, I understand that we're just carrying forward previous actions by councils over the years, and possibly this one, but I think to kind of attack this in a consent rather than breaking it down, looking at it, having a presentation on this with all of the components, talking about the debt beforehand rather than just saying debt, slapping it in here and then saying we'll deal with it later, like we did previously when we talk about JC and all these other things. Oh, well, you guys said yes. Well, yeah, we said yes because somebody slapped debt in there and that was it, without looking at the actual figures. I'd like to look at all of it in totality before we piecemeal this thing together. I understand this is very small in the grand scheme of things. But these things, as we continue to matriculate down at the end, then we're left with, well, you've let it get this far before we really look at the big picture. So that's my only preference. And that's why I'll be voting no.
We can do a presentation on it next week during the COW.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to get in a situation where we just continue to piecemeal it down and then we get to the end and this council, the next council, whenever we finally get to it, now you guys are on the skewer because we're looking at debt and we're looking at the line items like we just did. And then it's, well, how did we get here? And I'd hate to say, well, we got here because death by 1,000 cuts in consent,
Understood. Yeah, at any time, we can do a presentation. If you all want us to, we can do a presentation of the building. And
I would imagine something of this magnitude we should, but I mean, that's up to my counterparts.
Councilmember
That's all, Mayor.
Stanky.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stanky.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've been involved with this from the start. We've discussed it in meetings prior, and then the questions that I had remaining during my one-on-one with staff before we came here tonight, got any additional questions answered that I had. And I think that's why it ends up on consent is that we've gone over it a number of times and now we're just making official the act. So I'll be in favor of it with the answers that I've already received. Thanks.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, Mr. Mason, the cost, the estimated cost of that fleet building earlier today, I wrote down 52 million?
54.
54 million. And that's what we had discussed during last year's budget hearings?
No, as a matter of fact, even as far as late as January of this year, we were looking at 42 million.
Okay. And why did it go up again?
We're at 90% design. We have better numbers. We're a little bit later in the period. Numbers change.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I along with Councilmember Stanky had said, I did review this in my one-on-one. We discussed the economics of it and also potential pathways on the debt service. So I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, that wasn't my point. I think, hilarious that that's a position Councilman Steinke made when we've talked about his, what was it, fencing, like about 5 times over 2 cows. We were at the last meeting and he blew it up. So, I'm not saying that I'm not familiar with the project. I'm very familiar with the project. I too have been sitting in the seat alongside him for his entire tenure. So I'm not saying I'm surprised by it. I'm just saying every once in a while, it's a good idea to look back at it with a new lens. Every year, the budget's different. Every year, we're forecasting different things. So context is the only thing I'm bringing that up for. So thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain, you good?
Yeah.
Just one quick question for me regarding the debt. And it says duration 260 calendar days. I'm just assuming the debt, the 188,456, we're rolling that in to the big project, and that particular project will be debt funded. Is that
Correct. This is the pre-construction. This is the pre-construction services. And generally, it's step one of a CMAR contract. The second part of the CMAR contract will actually be coming back to you at a later date with an actual GMP for the construction of the site. This is just one part of the process.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights on, we have a motion and second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
No.
Lehman,
No.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
No.
Kaduk,
No.
Kilrain,
Aye.
3 ayes, 5 nays, motion failed.
And Mr. City Manager, can we possibly put this on next week's committee of the whole to have further discussions?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Then we can bring it back at a later time. All right. All right, let's move on to Resolution 82-26. Councilmember Long, I believe you pulled this one. I'll give the floor to you.
Yeah, this is a quick one. It's just procedural. I don't have an issue with the scope of it all. Just a question about how we go about making a determination on renting this equipment versus purchasing it ourselves. Imagining it's a simple one, whether it's maintenance or whether it's storage or.
Good afternoon, Jordan Zamry, Public Works Stormwater. At this time, we have a rental because we do not have a dedicated FTE to staff a permanent purchase.
So this is coming with an operator as well?
No, this is flexing a person between duties.
So if we owned it, we could flex that same person to do the same duties? Is that, am I missing something?
At this time, yes, that would be how we would have to operate until we are authorized to hire an additional FTE.
You got,
So in the past, Public Works used to have street sweepers, and it was outsourced in order to reduce staffing in the Great Recession. We had serviced the city by contract for many years. My understanding is that over the last couple of years, the contractors, they become increasingly harder to even get to bid, and ultimately have, I think, failed and not even showed up. So they're in a position of trying to find out how to keep the program going amidst a private sector that is not submitting bids and not doing the work.
No, I totally get it. If you look at it, then the contract is for like 130 grand a year, and quick Google, you could buy the thing for 300. I was just curious where those scales tip, and I didn't know. I mean, I'm not necessarily, if we don't have a full-time FTE, but if whether we rent or whether we own, then how is that the deciding factor? Was my only confusion.
I will tell you, anytime that there's specialized equipment involved with performing any government work, it is always better to put that risk of the equipment failure in the private sector. If we were to buy one, we would own it, and as soon as it fails or needs to go in for maintenance, that program is out, right? The private sector, who specializes in those types of equipment, they have backups. We can't just afford to have an asset sitting on the shelf to pull off when needed. So anytime the asset is more important than the FTE, that is perfect for the private sector to take care of. The risk of that not working, the asset needs to be in use all the time. Positions where the employee is more important than the asset, and we have 40 of them, weed wipes, a shovel, that's a different, now you're looking at how much you can produce on a per hour basis. Right. So that's a general picture, but when you have a situation where you've gone out and you've been contracting this work, and then the private sector fails, we do have to shift crews around, because we need the street sweep in order to maintain our permits.
Oh Oh, yeah, we give credits and all that. I understand. I don't have
yeah.
a problem with the program. I just figured there was an easy explanation for why we're signing a multi-year contract for more than the value of the machine. That was it. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights on, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 82-26.
Motion to approve.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman. Aye. Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to item 11, Resolution 121-26. Councilmember Kaduka, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So it seems like we wrapped a bunch of contracts into one, and I wanted to know, is this medians? Like, it just seems it was a little bit messy. It was a little bit of everything. So if you could further explain, I would greatly appreciate that.
Sure. So we currently have 5 to 6 different maintenance contracts that address medians throughout the city and the areas within the CRA as well.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Maintenance, just maintenance?
Landscape maintenance.
So this is just maintaining
This is just landscape maintenance.
this whole resolution?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's really what I wanted to clarify, because it's like, are we adding medians, or it's just maintenance of our current medians
This contract is just for maintenance of our current landscape medians, yes.
with multiple contractors in there?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Seeing no other lights on, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 121-26.
Motion to approve 121-26.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman. Aye. Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to item 12, Resolution 122-26. Councilmember Kaduka, you pulled this item. I'll give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So again, I started off with number 1, and then it doesn't make sense if we're not going to approve number 1, why we would approve number 12. We're taking on huge capital debt here. So if staff wants to talk about it a little bit, I think that would be greatly appreciated. But I believe we've already asked for this to be on the COW next week.
Yeah, we can do the presentation during the council.
Okay. So with that, I would make a motion to not approve Resolution 122-26.
I'll second motion to deny.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Laster.
Nope, that's it. I was going to say the same thing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Seeing no other lights on, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Ayes for motion to deny Resolution 122-26.
Okay, move on to item 15, Resolution 128-26. Councilmember Kaduka, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, sorry, Omar, you're back. So is this now adding medians?
This would be doing median improvements to medians that occurred. So yes, we'll be adding additional medians to the improved median maintenance program.
Are they curbed?
Yes.
Okay, and then in October, back in CTAC, a few months ago, you gave us a presentation about themes: tropical, mixed, shade, xeriscape. I didn't see any themes in the resolution. Is there a theme picked out for these?
So in November, we went to COW as well. We discussed the themes. The themes that were discussed were to go moving forward was a foundational theme, which will be the adding of St. Augustine grass and irrigation only.
Thank you so much. You
Okay.
answered my question. I wrote it down that we were moving forward with foundational.
However, this item here, number 15,
Yep.
and item 16 were under design prior to our meeting in November. And they was under the old foundational theme, which will be just trees, irrigation, and St. Augustine grass.
But just to confirm, it is foundational. However, after that, we have now even scaled that farther back.
Correct.
With that being said, I will support this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Nothing, Mayor. Sorry, she already asked. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion for resolution.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman. Aye. Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Motion to approve, 8 ayes.
Move on to item 16, Resolution 129-26. Councilmember Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor. And he answered my question. It was these two were running side by side. I wanted to confirm that they were foundational. I do know that we have changed foundational and scaled that farther back, but I just wanted to have that on the record that we're moving forward with foundational only.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, I think since we're discussing it, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It seems to be a topic of making sure the community is aware of what that means. So foundational landscaping as part of a median beautification project. And so the key operative word here on these items are beautification. When you see the word beautification, that means we are improving it with landscaping. Foundational in the city used to mean trees, irrigation, and grass. So there are a few medians in the city that just have a couple of palm trees or a couple of oak trees, grass, and irrigation. More recently, council has approved scaling foundational landscaping back even further to just irrigation and grass. So these medians will be if we fund medians as a foundational landscape, these will be the last medians that get trees. The rest moving forward, if foundational, will only be sod and irrigation between the curb.
Until we choose to increase the.
Until you either add more
intensity.
funding to increase the intensity, or you go back to a higher level of foundation.
Yep. Thank you.
I'd like to just throw in provisionally that there were additional projects in design. So these will not be the last two that you see that have trees. But the ones that you do see were prior to that decision being made in November.
It might help us that going forward, so we don't have to pull them, if you could just put that in the backup material, because we know when we had the conversation at CTAC, and then we had it at the COW here with council in November. So if you can just note that in our backup material going forward, then we won't have to pull them and talk about them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I guess I'll take it one step further, Mr. City Manager, maybe just, send us a email and say, these are the additional medians that are under design now. That way we know exactly now what.
We can do that. We can do that.
What projects they are.
It's kind of like the transition we made when the last two medians that were at the high intensity tropical were Rose Garden and Chiquita. And then we scaled back to a foundational. Now we're scaling back to even a lower level of foundational. We can do that. We'll update you. Thank you.
Okay, I will entertain a motion for resolution 129-26.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman. Aye. Long.
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Okay, next item 8B is appointments to boards and committees. We have three particular items here tonight. Basically, with the Florida League of Cities, how their policies are is when their annual meeting takes place, typically in the summertime. The board of directors vote on these positions, but the participating municipality is asked to make a recommendation. So that's exactly, we do this each year. We have three particular positions. Florida League of Cities, the voting delegate. Typically, in the past, as long as I've been here, the voting delegate is typically the council member who's been appointed to the Florida League of Cities on the board of directors. Florida League of Mayors, the only person that could be on that particular position is the mayor. And then the Southwest Florida League of Cities, currently whoever our delegate is at this time through the end of June of this year. I'm the president, and then I'll be the past president. And then after that point, then we can have another delegate be appointed because of sunshine. We're not allowed to have two delegates on that particular board at the same time. So that's where we are today. This is a recommendation that will go to the board of directors, and the board of directors at the Florida League of Cities will make the ultimate decision. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, based on that, Mayor, the mayor would be, I would appoint the mayor, recommend the mayor be reappointed to all of these positions.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All right, any other conversation? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye. Lehman. Aye. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to item 8D is new business, first of which is Resolution 124-26. And I will turn this over to the city manager to start with.
I'm sorry, Mayor, where are you at?
We are under new business, the first of which is Resolution 124-26, and this is the sidewalk and intersection improvements regarding the school that the school board is constructing.
Excuse
Unless
me,
I
Mayor,
missed-
there's an omission
Oh,
on our guide.
Okay,
Go by the normal,
Sorry.
All right.
That's what threw me for a loop.
yeah, it's,
8C is unfinished business.
yes.
All right.
Here you go. Want to see it?
Yeah, I got it. My 2 pages are backwards. All right, 8C, unfinished business, follow-up items for council. There's none listed.
Right here.
Follow-up.
It didn't get on the script.
Yeah, follow-up items for council, which is 8C. We've already done the 3 board seats. So then 8C is unfinished business.
Yeah, let's see, first one is going to be.
Follow-up, yeah, follow-up. We've already done these.
Yeah, we're just down to C3.
Yeah, we're down to C, unfinished business.
But the follow-up items are.
Yeah, we got to get to the J.C. Park concessionary
Right.
term sheet, but I want to deal with item 1, follow-up items for council. There's none listed. C2, follow-up items for city management, none listed. Item 3 is the J.C. Park concessionaire term sheet. And I will turn that over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. During the last regular council meeting, you had asked for city administration to try to finalize a deal with the responsible responder for the J.C. Park concession. And we had concluded that as late as I think it was Friday. And then so over the weekend, all the terms were typed up and transmitted to the concessionaire. The concessionaire had a chance to look at them this week and has confirmed that. I have gone over the terms with city council, but I think it's important to also go over them in public. And so I don't know if you want me to put it up or just read through it, whichever is.
I think put it up.
Put it up?
Residents can see, yes.
Can you hear where my Okay, so the last time an item was brought before council, there were 2 major parts that city council had discussed that were an issue for you all to approve that agreement. The first one was the duration, and the second one was the amount of finances provided to the city upfront. And so and that was in comparison to what was being anchored as the original deal of the reef. And so what I've done is I've put a side-by-side comparison of those. One, because there seems to be a lot of misinformation about what the reef was going to do or provide to us, as well as where we're at today. Can you all hear me over that noise?
Yeah.
Okay. No?
Sir, in the back, if you could just be a little quieter for us, Mr. Haslett?
Got headphones on.
If you could just be a little quieter, we can kind of hear you singing or whatever you're doing back here. All right, well, just, you need to be a little quieter and not listen to our nonsense. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reef concessionaire agreement was a 10-year agreement with 8 2-year renewals for a total contract duration of 26 years. What was presented to you all in the first round of negotiations was a 20-year term with a 10-year renewal for 30 years. Where we're at now is a 15-year initial term with a 5-year renewal. So we're not only less than what was presented to you the last time, but also less than the original term that you all were presented with and was agreed upon with the reef. In addition to that, the reef was providing $1.3 plus million to basically pay for the portion of the building. I think it's important to know that when we're discussing what was the reef deal paying for, it wasn't paying for the entire debt service or the entire park construction. It was going to be paying for, in advance of us having to debt fund, the building component itself. That was the issue that we ran into. We did not secure the 1.3 million, and eventually that is what led us to cancel that contract, that concessionaire agreement, and put it out for RFP. In that 1.3, the city was going to be fully providing a turnkey facility that was both built out on the outside as well as the interior and had furnitures and fixtures and equipment. So basically it was a turnkey building that they just filled the juice machines and started selling on day one. The difference between where we are today and where that was back then is today, as you know from the last agreement, we had to fund the roof. We are basically turning over what's known as a gray shell facility, a shell building that was both built out on the outside. So in a gray shell proposal, this is common in the commercial industry because you don't know who your end user or tenant is going to be. The developer or the contractor will build the shell of the building, basically the windows, the doors, the exterior walls and a roof, and then the tenants will do a tenant build out on the interior of whatever makeup they want, whether it's 6 patient rooms or one, giant, building with a restroom. So in this case, we are turning over a gray shell to our concessionaire. Our concessionaire has agreed to pay 10% of the cost of the building upfront, and then will continue to pay the balance of that 1.3. So basically they will be paying for the building, but over the life of the term of the agreement. So we have the ability of 130,000 cash upfront, and then we get $48.75 a month, $58,000 a year annual. Now, in addition to that, the tenant has to build out our building. It's still going to be our asset. So, and I say tenant, I mean concessionaire. All of the improvements that the concessionaire makes to our building improve the value of our asset, and at the end of the term, it's ours. So instead of paying us upfront for us to build it out for them, where we're at now, we've had to complete a gray shell. The concessionaire now has to spend, we believe, at a minimum, based on what we were going to build for the previous agreement, at least another $300,000. If they end up spending more to do things we weren't going to do, for example, put shutters and awnings on the outside to protect it from rain, those are additional expenses that would be our improvements, but not referred to here. We just went to basically what it would have been compared to as if it was the previous deal. So that's another $300,000 to build out our building that is cash to us to basically finish our building. If not, if we wanted to use that building, let's say as an example, for another type of agreement, let's say a nonprofit, or we wanted to run it with, POPs, we would have to put at least another $300,000 in it for it to be usable. So that's an analogy of that. So that's cash up front to the city towards our asset. It's not just free cash in the bank, in the treasury. It's going into improving the value of our asset to make it usable. Then, in addition to that, when it opens, there's going to be a minimum guarantee of $6,250 a month or $75,000 a year. So if for whatever reason, for an entire year, not a single patron goes to this place, we still get $6,250 a month, and they're open. We're guaranteed a minimum guarantee, $75,000 a year. Scroll just a little bit to the percentage of, yep, right there. Can you slide it over so people can see the first column? There you go. So we have a minimum guarantee. We have a payment of the building that comes in monthly. And then on top of that, the original agreement that we had with the first concessionaire, if you look at it, it says 4% on the first 500,000. So we have a front-loaded 4%. But then at $500,001, we were dropping down to a 2.5% profit share, not to exceed an annual number of 240,000. So once we hit a profit share of 240, 100% of those profits went to the concessionaire. Where we are with this agreement is we're starting at 4%, no hurdle rate to get to drop down to 2.5%, and there is no maximum cap. This is a drastic difference. We are higher on what we're getting, and all the way through, no reduction and no cap. Okay, scroll up, Mark. I'm looking for the.
Boot slips are at the bottom.
Keep going. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Keep going. Yep.
That's at the bottom.
Right there. Okay. Also in the previous discussion, our concessionaire was going to finance the construction of the docks, and that we would then repay the payment of that through a credit on what we would make. They were not putting in any contribution towards the docks itself. Through our negotiation, we realized that some of those docks are going to be used for people to come to the park, to watch shows, to go to the playgrounds, use the volleyball courts, use the splash pad. But some of those are also going to go towards somebody coming that want to go to the bistro or whatever the concession is going to call it. So instead of reimbursing 100% of the docks, the concessionaire is going to basically do the same, basically give us a 10%, so only be reimbursed 90% of the docks. And that was meant to address the upfront money and being more of a partner. Roll up, Mark. Okay, leave it right there is good. Parking. In other concessions that we have with the same vendor, the same business, we have dedicated parking. This agreement is going to have no dedicated parking. So we're not reserving any parking for restaurant manager, bar manager or whatever. It's basically open, no signs in the park to take care of that. Now scroll up to the bottom, the very bottom. Okay, so let's talk about what this means in total. So we have at least 300,000, maybe more, to finish our building. And then we have 130,000, 10% in concession fee, and then another 130,000, payment towards the docks when we get the permit. So we're talking about upfront cash of 560,000 on an annual revenue minimum guarantee of repaying the building and the minimum guarantee, we're at 11,000 a month. And then with profit sharing, what I did here was I took and just assumed that it would become a $5 million a year restaurant. At $5 million a year, 4% gross is 200,000. You add that to the minimum guarantee and you add that to the repayment, we're at 333,500 a year. Obviously, if it's a $3 million a year restaurant, or I'm calling it a restaurant, food truck park, bistro, please don't get hung up on the term. That number would go down. And if it's a $7 or $8 million, that number goes up. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, with all due respect, I know that we rushed through this because I had another meeting at 2. Are you expecting a vote from us tonight?
I was directed at
Right.
2 weeks ago. You all said that you wanted it on this agenda and you wanted basically the term sheet of where we're at.
Okay,
We're done.
okay.
This is, if you all are comfortable with this, we'll work with the attorney's office to draft up an agreement.
Okay, I am not comfortable weighing in on this at this point because we just received this at 3:30, and I know we had to go. I had affordable housing state level meeting at 2:00, so we kind of rushed through it. I have a couple of questions. For example, do we have the hours of operation? Okay, I'm just anticipating questions from residents. And the other thing I wanted to clarify, there's a lot of misinformation out there in our community regarding, again, what you stated in terms of there are many residents who thought that the P3 was going to pay the debt service on this $18 million park. And if you watch the meetings from 2023 and 2024, you stated offsets costs, but that the primary funding source would be the general fund. And I just want you to clarify that again. So I think this is great, and I would like more time, if my council agrees, to process this before, we direct you to go with the agreement and move on.
Operating hours are from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The old agreement was also 9 p.m., but started at 11.
Okay,
So you're gaining, what we're seeing right now is at 7:30 a.m., there are families waiting in the parking lot for the splash pad to open at 8.
right.
And they're saying, boy, it would be nice to be able, while the kids using the splash pad, to be able to go grab a coffee, a donut, whatever, some kind of breakfast, and have it for the kids. So we've adjusted the start time back to line up with what we're hearing from the users in the park. But the closing time is the same time that the original one was there.
Okay, and then the food truck,
then
oh, go ahead.
Go up to the very top on the annual percentage. Maybe right there. So right in the middle, percentage rent. So this is what's important for people that are saying, oh, we thought this was going to pay for itself.
Mhm. In terms
is-
of the entire park, let's
This is the
clarify.
agreement that was voted on at origin, was 4% on the first 500,000 and then reduces down to 2.5% gross receipts with a maximum not to exceed of 240. So if that is the maximum amount of money that we were ever going to get in any year, regardless of how much they made,
No, I agree. I mean, this,
240 is not the total cost of the debt service.
Well, hold on though. Hold on. It's important to note that that opened up after the first year.
Yeah.
For renegotiation.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you just said that's the most we're ever going to make. I just want to make sure that it's apples to apples.
Okay. So with that clarifier, let me run with 240 was all we were going to make in year one.
with the reef.
So 240 was never to cover 100% of the debt service. It was what was always stated and what was understood is that the council, the reason they went forward with this was because it was going to generate revenue to help offset the debt service payment. And this was bringing revenue to the table. But it was never intended to fully pay for 100% of the debt service on the park.
Okay, well, I just want to make that crystal clear.
Yeah, and I know several council members made statements to that during all the discussions.
Well, I did. I mean, I was like, well, hang on a second. I thought I recalled, but then when I went back this afternoon and I looked at like a few meetings from 24 in particular, I think it was in August of 24, it was stated that general fund.
Correct.
And that it was never intended to cover the entire debt service of the park. So I needed clarification. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would like a little more time to digest this, but I'll listen to what my fellow teammates have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I can tell you it's far stretched better than where we were the last time we worked with this concessionaire. So pleased with the negotiation and where you've brought it. I could live with this with one concern, and that is, I believe when we talked about it before, when we talked about the 15 years with the 5-year renewal, that 5-year renewal was required mutual agreement. Is that still the intention, that it would be mutual agreement? Or is it theirs to have if they want it, regardless of what we think?
Generally, what we have in our contracts is that as long as they're not in breach or behind on payments, there's no defaults. If there's no reason to get rid of them, then we don't want to just get rid of them. So there's language in there about whether or not they've been performing and are in good standing at the time.
So if they are in good standing, then to some degree that 5-year renewal is automatic, unless they were to say, no, we don't do this anymore. So my concern with that is if they were to say, no, we don't want to do this anymore, since the balance of 1.170 is being repaid over 240 equal monthly installments, if they were to say, no, we don't want to take the additional 5 years, what happens with the balance that's on that 117 since it was amortized over 240 when we're going to lose 60 months of the 240?
That part was not assumed that they would walk away.
Right. So, but the point is they could walk away. So do we need to have some type of either language in there that if they choose not to take their 5-year renewal, that the balance becomes due and payable?
That could happen in year 2. We would be stuck going back out for, right, at any time the concessionaire can walk. Right? If they're losing profit, right, what are we going to do? Sue them to stay on the site and keep bringing people and lose money? They go bankrupt?
No, but I mean, I'd certainly like to hear from the city attorney.
Sure,
They're
go
still
ahead.
liable for it.
Correct.
That's correct. We'd have a binding contractual agreement, and then we would initiate litigation if that was the direction of the majority of council.
And so if they were to decide after year 15, we don't want to take our 5-year option, what happens to that balance due?
Without language that clearly indicates their their obligation to pay us for that, they would arguably be able to walk away and we would have no real recourse if they're giving that out.
So for me, that's the last piece that would make me feel better is if there was some verbiage in there that if they choose not to renew, because them not making money may not be why they don't renew. There's a variety of reasons.
Right.
But they committed to us to pay the entire $1170. So I'd like to see, if they don't choose it, that they're still obligated in writing to fund those dollars, and it should become immediately payable. If in fact we're establishing this with the thought that they will take a full 20, because that's how it's being amortized. Otherwise, just amortize it over 15, and their last 5 years, they don't have any of those payments to make.
And arguably we could secure that 5 year with the COP, the 4 COP license has a value. It's a real property asset.
Okay.
That's
As long as we're protected on that some way, somehow.
because otherwise if you don't secure it in something, then I've got to go chase the money.
Yeah, you would collateralize that asset.
Okay, as long as that happens, I can live with this.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I think the terms and conditions are much improved over what we had, not what we rejected before. And I think you did a great job in negotiating them. I think that it's important, though, certainly it's a little bit too early to do anything today on this. And as the point just made by Councilmember Stankey, that there are likely some issues that turn up in the contract language itself that could create either a negative position that we might take if we don't have recourse, or other things that might pop out. So I'd like you to pursue it to the point of developing a contract and make sure that we were able to go forward with it for the next meeting, to have the whole contract in hand to take a look at it. And that would be
there's no way I'm going to be able to get you this full concessionaire agreement by June 3rd.
Okay.
That's an unlikely scenario. We have a foundational agreement, but considering that is 2 weeks away, it may be difficult to get you a agreed upon concessionaire agreement.
Okay. Then if there are any other opportunities then to structure some of the language that Mr. Stankey had been talking about with respect to obligations and recourse, I'll think through what those opportunities might be in this, and maybe we can discuss that and kind of structure those with other council members as in the one-on-ones.
And I'm not going to speak on behalf of the city manager, but I'm assuming he will have a conversation with the prospective concessionaire to see if that is a viable option.
Okay. All right. I'm good with it, man. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell?
Thank you, Mayor. I think just based on what's happening, what you hear, and we just posted for everyone to see, and we've come a long way. Thank you for the conversation we had, but I think that we do need to move this to a CAL. Let it sift through the public for a while. Let them go at it. It might be something that they have that we haven't thought of, and then we just bring it back. There's no need to rush this last piece.
Excuse me a
because
minute. Officer, if you could have that gentleman please quiet down. Well, you have to quiet down.
Mayor, point of order.
Officer, escort that gentleman out. We'll take a recess while
Thank
they
you,
escort him
Mayor.
out. I don't know where the hell Keith went. Oh, there it is. Call the meeting back to order. Sorry for the disruption. And we'll continue the conversation on the agenda item. Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. One last question as it relates to the percentage of gross receipts. How does either the income from self-operation of the food trucks or the rental on the food trucks play into gross receipts? Is the rent on the food trucks considered a gross receipt?
Yes.
Or if they choose to create their own and run their own food trucks there, would it be a percentage of the sales out of the food truck?
Both are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I see your lights on.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So I think one piece may or may not be overlooked. So the docks, we're going to be getting the docks. They'll be built, and we match the repayment term of the repayment of the docks to the term of the agreement. So if they were to walk away in year 5, to your point, we would be foregoing the portion on the building, which is 1.1, but the docks, the balance of the docks, it's 1.1. So they would be also walking away from being fully repaid. Those two basically wash out.
It's credited, isn't it?
Councilmember Long?
All right. Well, I guess the question is, are we going to talk about this at a cow, or do you want to talk about it now and at the cow? And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just saying, should I hold my comments for then? Maybe we should address that first, whether there's enough of us that think we can dispense of this today versus those that want to extend the conversation. I don't want us all to sit here and comment about it, and then it's on next week's cow.
It sounds to me that we have to draft up an agreement, and by the city attorney's comments, it didn't sound like you could do that in the next 2 weeks, sir?
I don't know that we have a true meeting of the minds. Am I correct?
Yeah, I don't hear consent.
Yeah, I thought that.
Are you talking about on our side or your side?
Both.
Okay.
Because I know Councilmember Stankey made reference to, in the event that they decide to not exercise that 5-year, what happens to those 60 months? I don't believe that's been addressed. So there's some things that remain outstanding. Could I get a portion of it together? Yeah, I could. We've got it. We've got the bones already. It's just the nuances of it.
Okay. Well, let's let everybody let's see how far apart we are.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being redundant. Because you got, Councilman Kilrain said, we'll just draft it up and come back and we'll talk about it. But I think respectfully, that's what you're trying to avoid. You want us to talk about it now so that when we get there, sure, we'll talk about it in the finite details, but at least the terms hopefully can be agreed upon by this council today or maybe in a week or two. I'll get to it. Do we know what the percentage rent is at the boathouse currently?
It's 5, 6, and 7. So
Okay. Staggered over the terms.
10-year increments.
10-year increments.
That's a 30-year, 5 in the first 10, 6 in the second 10, 7 in the last 10.
Awesome. Thank you. And then can you explain again Mr. City Manager, because I don't want to interrupt you when you were going down the list, the boat slips as far as the differences between the two? Basically, I think it equated to one was contributing to the boats and the other one wasn't. Is that?
What I was saying is we've estimated based on what we're looking at, 1.3 million for the boat slips.
Mm-hmm.
The concessionaire is going to be basically paying for and managing to get those built.
So he's paying the 1.3.
They become our asset.
Okay.
And then we were only going to reimburse over the life of the entire, we were matching the term, 90% of that. So you're basically at the 117. So that's what I was just trying to clarify. If the concessionaire says in year 15, I'm walking away, well, we're not going to let them lean the docks for the balance of what we need to replace them. the balance of what we would have gotten from the building versus what they
Sure.
already paid for our docks washes out.
Yeah, and that's a great point Councilman Stike made. Frankly, that's something legal should be able to figure out. I don't think we need to bother with it. But to the money part, I understand now, I guess, that they're paying the 1.3, but it's still the situation where we're crediting that against their minimum guarantee. Or not? Is that how originally it was structured when it was brought to us the last time?
It's not.
Reimbursement of 90%
The
actual cost credited against MG.
MG is minimum guarantee, yes. So what, instead of us going into our treasury and having to spend, 1.3 million from undesignated reserves or have to budget it in, for fiscal year 27, the concessionaire is going to fund it. And then instead of us reimbursing them 100% right then and there, we're going to basically make our payment out of what would be coming to us.
But wouldn't that be a net neutral in the city's end as far as the money we receive from the vendor? It's just whether it's masked as their minimum guarantee or whether it's masked as a credit that we're kicking back towards the minimum guarantee for the boat slips? It's fine either way, but if we're styling it as them paying for the docks, but really they're paying for the docks, but then we're taking it off of what they're paying for the concessionaire agreement's minimum guarantee.
It's just a way for us to not have to use our funds.
That's fine, but we're not styling it as that. We're saying one vendor, if we're doing the comparison, right, which was obviously the point of this sheet, and you're saying one vendor wasn't paying for the docks and one vendor is, but in reality, they're both paying the same amount. One vendor's money, the minimum guarantee is going to us. The other vendor, the minimum guarantee is going towards the boat slips.
Under the first one, under the reef, we would be having to come up with the 1.3. We would manage the project. We would be doing it. So we would presumably take the money from the concessionaire agreement to pay that off. Is it? I'm not, are you following what I'm saying?
Not necessarily. I must be missing something, so maybe I can get it clarified before the next Cal. But if the bottom line is that they're under both scenarios, they're each the minimum guarantee 75.
The first one, essentially, we manage the project, we fund it, and the revenue source that we would likely take would be that 240 that we had the cap on that could have went a little bit higher if we went to, without the cap or whatnot. This one, we don't have to fund it, and we still use the money from the park to pay for it.
Okay. The food trucks, Councilmember Steinke touched on a little bit. The previous concessionaire agreement had us splitting the rental costs on the food trucks. This one does not, correct? This is just us rolling the revenues from the food trucks into the 4%? The profit share, the profit rent?
It's in the gross receipt. You wanted me to put it up so you can see it? It's so
Looking at
the
it.
gross receipt definition provided a detailed definition of gross receipts, including exclusion, including.
I know what it says. I just want to make sure that that's the distinction is that they were previously. Well, I know that part. The previous
Same.
agreement.
So for whatever they were going to.
Yeah, but it's not the same because if they're charging $15,000 a month in rent for the food trucks and we're splitting that versus if we're getting a piece of their piece of the food truck as part of their 4% that we're sharing, then those are different amounts. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with either way, but I want to make sure that it's a fundamentally different formula.
The reef? Oh, you did the reef? I'm not following what he's saying. I wasn't involved in it.
I think so the reef, they were going to own and operate the food trucks for them.
They were going to rent the other ones out.
The two were going to be rented out, and then we'd be getting a portion of those two rented out.
Correct, the flat rental rate.
Yeah, I think we're getting.
Or 50% of it.
50%, yeah. And then, so in terms of.
So that's done, so let's forget about that. Now for this one, what are we getting from the same food trucks that we were in the other agreement getting?
Any revenues that come through the concession are part of the revenues that we get a profit share on.
Which concession?
Would be this new concession.
So any revenues that the food trucks generate. So
Correct.
we're getting 4% of their total gross? That doesn't make sense.
The food truck revenues run through, we have one concessionaire agreement. So all the money that they're paying a lease for and paying comes through.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk to you guys about that.
Okay.
The previous agreement had that they were going to be giving 2% to Guardian Angels. This one does not. Is that also correct?
Yes, you're correct. The original agreement.
They were going to make
I-
a charitable contribution of their total proceeds in an amount, I believe, 2% to Special Pops.
This one does not have that.
Okay. And then my other concern, and we can talk about it more, is with regards to the assignment. Can you talk me through the thought process or the negotiation? Obviously, very educated business people on the other side of the table. Not that they weren't previously, but the last one, the assignment was not allowed, and this one is, for all intents and purposes, allowed. Can we?
This one is allowed, similar to what we were going to have with the one that was just.
Yeah,
pulled. Ripley's, right.
Which is
So
a rubber
it's-
stamp. It shouldn't be, but it would be a rubber stamp.
It can't be unreasonably with.
Correct, which is a legal handcuff to say you can't say no, which is fine. But how did we get from not allowing assignment? And the reason I ask is because there's a significant amount of value in assignability. So when these restaurants operate, these bars operate, you see them for sale, restaurant for sale, bar for sale. They never own the property, which would be the same case in this one. What they're actually selling is their leasehold interest. So if they sign the city up to a 20-year lease and decide tomorrow this deal is way better for them to take a nut up front and assign it to somebody else and sell it, they're making money off the city's back that we won't see any proceeds from. And so that's why I think, at least in the initial agreement, we said that the assignment was not allowed. Now it is. So
If they sell it and the money comes through the business, we get 4% of this, whatever, or if it's in year 11, we would get 5% of the sale. It's coming through the business.
I'd be shocked if that was the way it was structured. But if you want to put that in there and have them come back to the table and say that.
Well, where would the money go if it's not going through the business?
As part of the sale?
Just going into an unrecorded place?
No, it would go to the business, but the business lasts beyond the leasehold or the concessionaire agreement. A business is a business, regardless of which agreement they're in. If they're out of our agreement, the business still exists.
Go to the owner of the business.
Correct.
Not the business.
Just, yeah, it's just a concern of mine as far as we're, again, comparing the two. I guess that's the way we decided to approach this, even though you started out, which I agree, saying that they're completely fundamentally different, at least as it pertains to the initial piece. But, we see this regularly, and you can't completely stop it. But when you talk about a 20-year term, which is a long time, and then you allow assignability, that's a significant opportunity for someone to turn around and sell the leasehold to operate that establishment, and the city would be.
We have that, and it's a standard in all the other agreements. It was not discussed to see if that's even negotiable. I mean, that could be a non-negotiable, and it could.
Well, I would hope
if that
it's
is
not,
that,
because-
we could be done.
Okay. We just see it all the time. I mean, we rezone Hudson Creek. They turn around the next day and raise the price by like $50 million. So that's just one of the things that jumped out, because we're directly comparing the two, and the previous one didn't allow it. And that to me indicates that they're in it for the long run, and that they intend on being a partner with the city for a while. And if that means, 15 years is a long time and we don't know what if, well, then we lower that and do 3 or 4 or 5 year renewals. Just an idea, but protecting the city.
I just did the comparison because it seemed like at the
I don't have a problem with
first
it.
time it was presented, there was a lot of comparison to anchoring to a dead deal. So
sure,
I wanted to use it just to show the differences between that deal and this deal. That was the only.
Okay. Yeah, that was my only real concern, was the assignment portion. But that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain.
I just wanted to mention that Mr. Kearns had raised his hand earlier. I don't know if you want to let him comment on something or.
How are you guys? I was just actually denoting it was a 5% percentage rent when you had asked what the boathouse was paying.
Oh, I didn't see you back there.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So I put 5 up just so I wasn't waving.
Okay.
But if there's any other questions that I can answer for you guys, or, it seems like there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be discussed. But again, what we've put together and the framework that we did with the boathouse, and then hearing you guys at the last meeting, I think we came together and met in the middle. It's a mutual beneficial term for both parties here. Again, we're paying for the building, finishing the building, paying a minimum guarantee, plus a percentage of the percentage of the sales. So, your city's getting all the layers it can get. And again, it still has to be run and profitable. And so us stepping up also saying we'll pay for the docks was a value add for the city, amenity for the people of Cape Coral, visitors, to have that. If the city is to fund that, I'm sure it'd be a lot more than what the private sector would be. So our intent was to enhance the park, obviously enhance the business side of it as well. It would attract more patrons for us. So that's what our goal was. So happy to still work through this stuff, but I think we've kind of pushed it as much as we can. But thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I guess for me, I kind of agree with Councilmember Steinke on a couple points that he made. So I would agree to try to incorporate those into the agreement. The assignability part, maybe have a little further discussion on that. If you're going to enter into an agreement and you're okay with the terms of the agreement for 15 years with a 5-year renewal, and that assignability, you're going to have that same type of an agreement going to a new owner. Well, if you approved or okayed that agreement for that 20-year period, why wouldn't you feel that the next owner that's stepping up to the plate, as long as the terms are the same, is okay? Now, unless you're trying to get a portion of the sale, that's a different story. That's a different story. So I think you just have to ask yourself, are you good with the terms of the agreement? If you are, no matter if Mr. Kearns is doing it or someone else. Now, I do think there should be something in there where, we would have to approve that assignability, only because, this particular individual has a long history of being successful. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're willing to partner with him. Now, just because he sells it to X, this may be their first business venture that this individual's in. So because we are getting a percentage of sales, we surely don't want somebody taking over that don't know what they're doing. So I think that we need to have something in there for that assignability. For that reason, to make sure we're covered, we want to make sure that if that is going to be the case, that whoever's coming to the table has the same similar experience and background that this organization does. Because if we don't, they could sell it to a 16-year-old kid, or I'm sorry, an 18-year-old kid that's just starting out in his first business venture. And that's going to be detrimental to our percentage that we will receiving of the overall sales. So I have a little concern with the assignability as well. Not necessarily that I'm trying to get a piece of the pie if it's sold, but just to make sure that we are getting a like-for-like vendor. And I think that's the most important. So that's all I have. I know we're going on hiatus. We have a few more weeks of meetings. I would hope, whether it's next week's CAL or our last meeting, to at least have another discussion before we go in hiatus. Because I think if we can come to terms in 2 weeks, even if we don't have the agreement written, and I spoke with the city attorney about this, we can, if we come to a consensus to the terms, we can delegate to the city attorney and allow the city manager to execute it if we come to terms. So then we don't have to wait the 4 weeks that we're off and then come back. So just wanted to throw that out as a possible opportunity. I think we all want to get this open sooner rather than later. The hiatus here kind of throws a wrench into it, but I still think we may be able to navigate this. Mr. City Attorney and Mr. City Manager, since you're negotiating this, do you think that we can bring something back in our meeting in 2 weeks? So
I think, if assignability and the balance of the building repayment are the two issues that are outstanding, I think I can have that worked out by next Wednesday and just give you an update in the CAL.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, sure. Go with me.
Good. All right. Sounds good.
Everything else is okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. All righty. Madam City Clerk, if you could add that for next week's meeting. Yeah. Mr. Kearns, you have anything else? You good? I know we got a few more steps here, but I want to give you that
I
last
don't know if I had the
opportunity.
opportunity. I just wanted to include that the assignment that has been kind of snagged up in here, the boathouse deal that we did sign back in October, there is no assignment clause that is unreasonably withheld. So we kind of set precedence with that first concessionaire deal. So that was kind of the framework we were going off of. With no liens, no assignability, no percentage of sales. That's a 30-year deal. This is a 20-year deal. So I just wanted to say the assignment side of that. It doesn't.
Thank you.
That was the precedence, then we need 5%, man.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is 8D, new business. Resolution 124-26. And I will turn this over to the city manager to start with.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason that we put this one on new business instead of consent is because, as you all know, we have a bit of a dispute related to a portion of this contract. And I wanted to make sure that in discussing this with the city attorney, that we had some backup out there and the information was provided to the community. And so I don't intend on going into a lot of it in great detail. I don't want to, but it is important to note that we are advancing the funding for the turn lanes on Embers due to Hector Cafferata. And we are still working through the payment of that and the requirement of those to be there as part of the Hector Cafferata project. Thank you.
One of the things that I discussed with the city manager and the city attorney this week, and I know that we've had ongoing conversations with members of the school board, whether it's the school board itself or staff or the superintendent, regarding the improvements that need to be made to the intersection as a result of the school. And one of the things that I asked is that if we could incorporate, if this particular resolution is going to be approved, I think it's good to fund this, because the school is going to be opening this coming school year here in August. So we want to make sure that it's safe for everyone. But I think it's also important to make sure that in our motion that we direct the city attorney to still actively and aggressively try to get the school board to pay for those improvements. They're no different than any other developer. And even in their own traffic study that they provided to the city, it stated that those improvements needed to be made. If I'm a developer, I'm building a shopping center or any other type of development throughout the city. And as a result of that development, there needs to be additional traffic improvements, whether it's in front of that particular business itself or the close proximity to a major intersection. That's my responsibility in order to do that. Now, I agree that we want to move this forward for the interest of safety, but I think that we need to make sure that if we approve this, because what I'm looking for is some type of a reimbursement at a later date for the traffic improvement that needs to take place. And I think we have a good argument. Even their traffic study that they provided to us clearly states that these improvements need to be made. So that's my only concern. If we can do that some way, I think that then I can support this. What I don't want to do is just give the green light for the funding and we're not trying to aggressively get reimbursement. That's where I'm at on it. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I'm in support of that, Mayor. I would suggest that we modify the resolution to include a feature which requires the concurrence of the Lee County School to reimburse us for the expenditures on that turn lane and light, those construction costs. If we can do that in this resolution, I'd be supportive of it and make that amendment.
Speak. All right. Can't hear you. Well, I did receive something, from the city attorney that could possibly modify the motion. And since I received that from him, I'll go ahead and read what his recommendations would be to a motion, and I'm happy to pass the gavel to make that motion as well. But my motion would be for approval with Resolution 124-26, but authorize the city attorney to pursue all appropriate legal action, including the initiation of a formal litigation, alternative dispute resolution, or the filing of necessary claims against the superintendent of Lee County School District or the school board of Lee County to secure the full recoupment and reimbursement of all expenditures, construction costs related to the expense incurred by the city surrounding the Hector Caffaretta sidewalk and turn lane project. So that's what the city attorney had recommended that we incorporate into the motion. Basically what it comes down to, we just want to be reimbursed for the development that they are building, for the traffic improvements, just like every other developmental project that we have in Cape Coral. So I'm happy to pass the gavel, make that motion for approval with that additional clarification in the motion. And that'll be my motion.
Second.
And I'll open up for discussion. Councilmember Kadu.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we receiving any money from the half-cent sales tax?
Just recently, as a settlement to a case advanced by a charter school, the school board did agree, effective, I think, January 1st.
Yes, and it goes to the charter school system.
Yes, agreed. And it was my understanding that the half-cent sales tax was voted for in Lee County as a whole, not just our charter school system, for capital improvements, building new schools, things of that nature. And we're receiving that now.
And the city of Cape Coral has been asking for our share of that since the inception. Only as a result of another lawsuit did they agree to just recently start remitting those to us, but no back payment since inception.
Right. We get payment as of January 1st of this year going forward.
The charter school system gets
understand.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I
Not the city.
understand. But that is now revenue coming into our charter school system that we didn't previously have at all.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was gonna clarify the half-cent sales tax as well. My other question is this customary? Do we require the schools? I mean, don't we build sidewalks around the schools anyway? Like, I thought that was part of our taxes.
There's a couple things going on here. So our prioritization for sidewalks is to first put sidewalks within 1 mile of any school. And so once we complete all those, then we go to sidewalks within 2 miles. Then we go to major corridors. And so we have a prioritization of where to do sidewalks. So whenever the school district or a charter school decide we're going to build a new school, right away, depending on whether it's a K through 5, 6 through 8, or high school, we then look at the prioritization. The reason the sidewalk project was budgeted for this year and is on the agenda tonight is because we knew that the school was being built, and as a part of our funding for sidewalks, this is the top priority, to make sure that when that school opens, those kids that have to walk have a sidewalk to get to the school. So that's the first thing. That's funded. The sidewalks are always funded by the city of Cape Coral on the major roadways. What the mayor was talking about is in our land development code, there are requirements that developers must do for any non-residential project. So if this was a home, this would not be an issue. Because it's not a home, it's a commercial non-residential project. There are a series of requirements in our land development code, such as streetlights, building out the full width of the right-of-way, curb, gutter, sidewalk, and so forth. Turn lanes. We look at the trips, how many cars are going to come and go at different times of the day, and if you exceed a certain amount of trips, then the developer is required to put those in. All the way up to having to install traffic signals at an intersection away from the actual site where the project is going to happen. It's all part of our development review standards that every non-residential project goes through. So in this case, we, the city, as part of the review of the school, asked them to produce a traffic impact statement. How many cars are going to be turning on or how much traffic are we going to be adding to the roadway in the vicinity of the school? As a result of them producing it and us reviewing it, it is meeting off-site warrants for turn lanes. So if you think about traveling up and down Embers Parkway, what we don't want is in the middle of the AM rush or the PM rush, as parents are trying to, and school buses are coming and going, we don't want drivers going down the road at 45 miles an hour and then having a bunch of cars hitting the brakes to make a right turn. What we want to do is get them out of the through lane into a deceleration lane so that the through traffic and the commute is not impacted. It decreases rear end crashes, it decreases a lot of, improved safety and allows commute to continue. So in the review, as the mayor said, there were in the review criteria, they were going to have tripped the warrant to need the turn lanes. They, through our discussions with them, are contesting whether or not they need to put them in. There are exemptions in the Florida Building Code that allow schools to not have to get permits. Too much? Go, okay.
If we're going to be pursuing litigation, probably less is more. But at the end of the day, there's a dispute between whether or not they have to comply with the requirements of our code. And we've tried to engage that as a resolution that has been unsuccessful. And we are here today as a result of that.
Well, I mean, I guess I respectfully disagree with you. I'm just trying to understand, Mr. City Attorney, because, you know, ever since I've lived in this city, I've funded sidewalks with my taxpayer dollars. And while I hear the mayor's point in terms of this is a development, and although you might say it's no different than Publix, it's no different than Aldi's, it's a school. And to me, I feel like we should be partnering with the school on every level. And I thought, Councilmember Kaduke, didn't you take on looking at this land use development code? Where are you with that? You haven't completed it or started it?
When I met with city staff, they have said that they are coming up with it in DSD.
Okay, well, I guess my concern is I'm not ready to support that yet because I kind of thought we would have the land use development code recommendations brought forward to us before we'd have to vote on something like this. And it's a school, and I understand development should pay for development. I know that's what we tout. That's what we've talked about. I guess I'm just, I'm just trying to understand, Mr. City Attorney, the whole picture, and the sidewalk piece doesn't really sit well with me, especially when our charter schools are getting a percentage of this half-cent sales tax for their capital improvements, and they're part of us. So I guess I'm just trying to understand the whole picture of all of this to not hurt, I guess, the school district or this school, more importantly, and those students who attend the school that was obviously damaged by Ian. So I'm just trying to understand, and I would have thought we would have had the update or recommended updates to that land use code prior to making decisions on this. So, for me, I'm not going to support the motion as it's been redone. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
The portion of the non-residential land development code that Councilwoman Kaduke is working with staff on are the non-residential design standards for the building. So how much glazing,
Landscaping.
what is it, the landscape, not the traffic component. So there are different components of review. So if you're expecting that what comes out from her is going to address this, it's not. So I just
Okay,
want to clarify.
So sidewalks, this is addressing the sidewalks and the traffic lights, and that we would then in turn go after the school district for reimbursement for those?
This is addressing the sidewalks and the turn lanes as a result of the intensity of the development.
Right.
That's what this is pertaining to. And as a result of their declining to acknowledge their legal rights and obligations, we are in this situation, and that is the basis by way of which we're moving to do that. And the mayor's motion, seconded by Councilmember Kilrain, in order to recoup what should have been the responsibility of the school board.
And you've had meetings with the school board attorney?
We have.
You have, in their different position?
They remain steadfast in their position that it is not their obligation.
Okay, well, I question that. So for me, again, I'm still going to vote no, and I understand the turn lane piece, and that's something I think we should try to negotiate and compromise on, if you will. So, but for the sidewalk piece, I can't support that because I think it's gray. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I would, I've got another light on, but I would just jump in just for a second. Just to remind all of us that when there is potential litigation, certain disclosure prior to that litigation is not recommended or a good thing. And so since a piece of this motion involves the potential for litigation, to do a lot of explanation now could be detrimental to the cause. And I believe what we all heard is that there is certain writing in place that determines who's responsible for what. And I don't think that in any of this that our city is trying not to meet their obligation. There's just question as to whether the other party is meeting their obligation or not. And so for the purposes of moving forward with the sidewalk component and certainly the traffic component, to get things moving as the school is moving along in its construction phases, I would think that having the ability and giving the permission to look at our litigation potential for recovery of funds that we are not responsible for, I think just gives us a broader brush to address this as we move along. So I appreciate the desire for information, but I also understand how it can hobble us if too much is spoken about prior to a potential litigation. Councilmember Long.
All right, so give me our three main points that we're going to address in litigation when we go. No, what's your strongest argument, and I'll make my decision. I'll make my decision based on how well you lay it out. No, that's valid point, Vice Mayor Stanky, or Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I'm trying to catch up here as usual on just breaking it down to real simple terms. There's writing, and I know it's disputed, but there's writing that is somewhere, as alluded to Councilmember and Mr. Ilchin said as well, saying that it's their obligation. Okay, that's our position, right? And is that in that writing, is that part of our code? Is that part of their development project? I guess is obviously this is a direct result of their project, but it was referenced, I think the city manager had said that it was in writing in their development agreements. Is that correct? Is this a condition? Is the completion of this project, let me put it this way, is the completion of this project a condition for us granting them a CO or a TCO?
One more time.
Can we hold up the opening of the school based on whether or not this project is completed?
No.
Okay, so, well, that tells me about that position. So then what we're currently doing now is saying they need it. They're saying that we don't need it. We're going to go ahead and fund it, and then we're going to sue them to get it back?
It's needed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not.
Needed, the only dispute is.
It's needed, but we don't have anything in our code that says that it's needed as part of their original permits in order to close those out and finish the project.
It's a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the details, but maybe something in the future then, if this is the case and offsite improvements are triggered and then we're saying that it's a responsibility of these individuals, then maybe we condition that on the final closing of the permit. And I'm jumping steps here, but that's the general nature of the idea moving forward. Because if we're saying, hey, you need to do it, and they're saying, yeah, that's cute, but we're going to continue to build out and we're going to finalize what we're doing, and you guys can sue us if you want. I think that's a problem with our code, frankly, instead of theirs. So, I mean, if our hands are tied here and the situation is it's needed, we'll build it, and then we'll sue them. I don't agree with that part. As far as getting in the headlines, suing the school board or something like that. Last point, I've heard a lot of talking pieces up here that were questionable, but the one about the half-cent sales tax that's being passed along as an altruistic move by the county for the charter school couldn't be farther from the truth. We've been fighting for that for many, many years. As the city manager said, they're only doing that now, not out of the kindness of their hearts, because if that was true, they would have done it years ago. And now because of the litigation, that's another story. And then, okay, skip that and say that they did do it. What will be the point of fighting for that half-cent sales tax all these years and then turning around and saying, okay, 500 in, we'll give 500 back out to them for one of their capital projects? Makes no sense. So I don't agree with that portion either. We're stuck. I mean, if we can't condition, we don't have any leverage whatsoever to get them to do this other than suing them in court. I don't know that that's the best course of action. So I'm going to say no, just based on that.
Mayor?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to, just to reiterate, this is a part of our land development code. And I think that's why we're taking the position that we are. I think we're being proactive. They provided a traffic study that shows that there's improvements that were warranted. I think if we don't act now, we don't do the improvements, then we could be held liable. Because we already know there's a safety concern. So I think that we need to make sure that safety, the health, welfare, and safety is first and foremost. That's why we have to make sure that we get this traffic improvement completed. And then we can fight later who's going to pay for it. And I didn't, in the motion, it just says that we're given the availability, a broad brush for the city attorney, to still negotiate, with the school board in order to get this reimbursement, but when you take a look at this, it's almost $1 million. So we're not like we're talking about 20 grand here. So it's a substantial amount of money. Any other developer in this city, they'd have to do it. And it's our responsibility. So as much as you, Councilmember Long, say, hey, you don't want to see the headlines, I don't want to see them either. But it's $1 million of taxpayer money that we're going to have to put out, that they should be putting it out on their millage rate that they charge to all the residents here throughout Lee County. So, basically boils down, they want us to pay for it. They don't want to. I don't think we should have to, because it's their project. And I surely don't want to set any precedent for the future. I support the project. I know that this school is larger than the one that we had. It's going to be a great improvement for the city. All the improvements that we're talking about are all around the circumference of the school and the nearby intersection. So we'll continue like we have with prioritizing 1 and 2 miles from the school, just like we have throughout the city, to make sure that the kids have safe passage to walk to school. So for me, it's just basically giving the city attorney the green light to move forward to try to get this reimbursement. So I'll support it. That's all I have.
Having the gavel and seeing no other lights on, is there any council member that needs to have the motion reread?
Yes, please.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Motion. Motion to approve Resolution 124-26 as amended, to authorize the city attorney to pursue all appropriate legal action including the initiation of formal litigation, alternative dispute resolution, or the filing of necessary claims against the superintendent of the Lee County School District and/or the School Board of Lee County, Florida, to secure the full recoupment and reimbursement of all expenditures, construction costs, and related expenses incurred by the city surrounding the Hector Caffaretta sidewalks and turn lanes project.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
No.
Lehman.
Yes.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
I'll pass the gavel back to the mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 9, which is ordinance resolutions. 9A are public hearing, quasi judicial hearings, first of which is ordinance. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. First of which is ordinance 22-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 22-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the city of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the city of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as parcel of land located within lots 9, 10, and 11, block 350, Cape Coral Unit 7, as more particularly described herein, from residential multifamily low to South Cape Zone. Property located at 1620 Southeast 46th Street, providing for severability and an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Because this is a quasi judicial matter, as our code requires, if there are any ex parte communications that have occurred regarding this specific ordinance number 22-26, this is the time for the individual council members to disclose this. I will disclose on your behalf that I believe that the attorney representing the applicant has in fact been remitting email communications to probably all of you, or at least some of you. So at least that part of the disclosure will in fact occur. And if there's any others, this will be the time to disclose it.
Any other ex parte communications? And this is the one, who's the representative in this particular case? Is this, who's their attorney?
This is Mr. Scott Hertz.
Mr. Scott Hertz. The only ex parte communication I want to divulge, I did receive a text from him asking if I had any questions. I told him I didn't over the weekend, so that's the only additional communication.
Same.
Same for me.
Same.
Yep.
Who do you want?
Okay. All righty. Seeing none, this is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony must be sworn in. If you are planning to testify in ordinance 22-26, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And I will turn it over to staff to start with.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. For the record, Anthony Santora, Senior Planner, Development Services. My credentials are on file with the City Clerk's Office. I'm here today to talk about Ordinance 22-26. This is a rezone following a future land use amendment which was approved last year. This is for a single piece of property down in the CRA, addressed as 1620 Southeast 46th Street. It is roughly over just under half an acre, roughly over 17,000 square feet. The request from the applicant is to rezone this property from the existing residential multiple family low to the South Cape zoning district, and then per their LOI to construct a development in the future for it after it is consolidated with the parcel that they own to the west. So a little bit of background information. The subject parcel is currently vacant. There was a home that was on this parcel. It was demolished. The parcel does have access to all utilities, including water and sewer. Like I had stated, they own the adjacent parcel to the west, which is also now vacant, and the intent is to strap those together. So they are seeking to have consolidated land use and zoning. The land use is consolidated at, which was approved at the previous hearing last year, which you can see based on ordinance 5725. And now they are coming back before you for the rezone. So here you can see the parcel highlighted in red. This is a previous aerial, which does not incorporate the demolition of these two houses. You can see surrounding the area, multifamily and mixed-use developments and commercial developments to the north and to the west, a multifamily development existing to the east, and then single-family developments existing far east. I will note that the CRA boundary comes down Orchid Boulevard and then down to the Canal Way here. So this property is located within the CRA. So here you can see the existing future land use. Again, you can see the downtown mixed incorporating this parcel. This is the property here highlighted by the cursor, which the applicant owns to the west. And you can see the buffer of multifamily that exists on the west side of Orchid Boulevard continuing down, and then on the south side of the canal with the single family designation to the east where the single family residential neighborhood is. And here you can see the existing zoning with that RML occupying this site, and the proposed from the applicant taking this to the South Cape zoning district. So staff analyzed this as required in our land development code through the criteria indicated in 3.4.6.b, criteria 1 through 6, and has identified that the request is consistent with all 6 criteria. Furthermore, in analyzing criteria number 1, staff found that the request was consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, identifying 5 elements and goals and policies within the comprehensive plan that this request is consistent with. We also did an impact analysis through fire and police and noted that there is a low and minor impact denoted for both, based on comments that were from the previous future land use hearing where there was some concern about possible traffic generation on the site. We did have our principal transportation planner look at this, and they did provide a brief analysis, which was provided to council today as the addendum to your packet, which you have, indicating that there is appropriate space on the roadway for any type of potential development that may occur that is in conjunction with the applicable development on the site and surrounding area. So with that, staff finds that the request is consistent with the criteria necessary and therefore is recommending approval. This did go before the hearing examiner on 3/17/26, where they recommended approval as well through Hex Order 4-26. Prior to submission of this hearing, we did not receive any calls or emails correspondence. However, after submission of material, we did receive 1 phone call asking for more information in relation to this. With that, I will stand by for any questions. The applicant is here with a presentation, and thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the applicant or their representative before I open up public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Hertz here on behalf of the applicant. As you heard, this is the sort of second part that we told you we're going to come back for after you approved the future land use designation of the downtown mix to get the zoning to be consistent with that, to allow for future development consistent with the goals of the CRA. Skip over some of the stuff that you just saw that's very, very similar. But again, that's the parcel next to the 10-unit multifamily that's shown in brown with the building footprint. That's a 10-unit existing multifamily building. And I've got a number of pictures to show you. So this was the intersection where this occurred. And as you just heard, the city's traffic study engineering report shows that there is adequate capacity on this street to allow for development that would be allowed under the zoning change. So there really aren't any traffic issues to be concerned about. This was the Mexican restaurant on the corner. This is the first parcel after the restaurant, which still has this single family home. The next 2 parcels had single family residences that were the subject of or rather the beneficiary of a grant from the CRA to assist with demolition that was also approved by the CRA and I believe council sitting in their capacity to do so. And both those homes have been demolished preparing this to be strapped together with a consistent use. So the homes you see in these pictures have now been demolished and the lots leveled. This is what's looking at across the street. We've got Shrubing Tile, which most of you are probably already familiar with. And then this is a similar building to what the applicants are proposing to build in the future. This is across the street, catty corner, a similar type of mixed use, professional and residential up above. This two-story building that's across, the applicants are in the future proposing to potentially build a three-story building, professional on the first floor, and then 2 floors of residential, and did provide you in the packet with elevations and proposed floor plans, specifically to address the concerns that were raised. You know, most of you did vote to approve the zoning change. Some of you opposed, sorry, I misspoke. Most of you voted to approve the future land use change. Some of you opposed it based on some of the concerns that were raised and people wondering what was going to be built there. And we wanted to show you what the intent is that could be built there with proposed. And also when you see it, it helps you understand that some of the concerns about there being some huge high rise there, you just can't fit that on the lot. I testified to that last time. I'll remind those of you that don't know me, in addition to being a Florida Bar attorney, I'm a licensed general contractor and a licensed realtor, real estate sales associate here in Florida, familiarity with both the building codes, the CRA codes. I was a sitting CRA commissioner. I helped develop the CRA codes that are in place here that affect this. And although the CRA codes allow for higher building heights and intensity, to be able to do that, you need a larger parcel. You can't fit 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. You can't fit all the parking and dumpsters and all of the other requirements that you would need for a large building right on the site of this size. And I gave you some sort of comparisons in here to do that. The other thing is this is the existing landscape buffer that's there for the 10-unit multi-family building. And of course, any future development would have to be in accord with the codes and the requirements of landscaping for a mixed-use property. Also give you an aerial so you can see that that multifamily building is surrounded by landscape buffering it from the single family down the street. Again, mitigating any impact of a mixed-use building on this area. This is that mixed-use building from the street, kind of giving you a view of it. And the reason I'd given you the mailboxes is at a previous hearing, there seems to be some dispute about the number of units in that building. And if you want to count them, you can count that it's a 10-unit building. This is what we're looking at across the way, again, from that property. So you just kind of see what's in the surrounding area. And there you've still got some commercial development, and that's looking down the street of the commercial developments before you can see down towards the end of the picture, the upper right, the single family homes down the street. This was also showing you, again, in accord with the traffic study that was done. This is the main exit to Del Prado out of the Orchard community area, and the additional street in the middle that's also available for people to access Del Prado. Again, the South Cape CRA goals that are stated as adopted by the CRA and ratified by council is to promote land assemblage, remove blight, create a compact urban village, and encourage revitalization of properties as high-quality mixed-use developments, and encourage new construction of higher density. So what we're asking you to do is enable all of those things. We've certainly removed blight by removing the old single-family homes that were not the highest and best use for the property. I want to clarify, it wasn't the condition of the homes that makes them blighted, right? It's the fact that it's not the highest and best use of the property in accord with the CRA goals that causes blight, that you have these older single family homes that just wasn't the best use of the property. So this will enable that better use of the property consistent with the CRA goals and encourages the future mixed use development. And there are certainly many commercial and multifamily developments in the surrounding area. There's already access to city water and sewer and sufficient capacity for all of the utilities as well as the transportation to support this type of zoning. These are the elevations that we provided in the backup material for a proposed development that, as you can see, is pretty similar to the mixed-use building that I showed you the pictures of across the street, with professional offices on the first floor, and then I would say mid to upper end residential condominiums above that with 6 units per floor for a total of 12 residential units. These are the elevations. This is the ground floor showing the 4 proposed professional office space as well as single car garages for each of the residential units, and then the required parking throughout the remainder. And then this gave you an idea of the floor plans to be see here. So that was one of the other concerns, that it would be sort of a high density, low end building, and that's not at all. what the concept is to build here. It's a breakdown of what was proposed to be built with the sizes of the offices, the one-car garages, and then the size of the two-bedroom residential units. Due to the sort of unique configuration, they range from just a little under 2,700 square feet to just a little over. And then there was some talk about what you could potentially build. When you look at the capacity, the theoretical capacity, of 34 residential units, when you look at the floor plan and the layout, you can see that it's just not possible. You couldn't fit everything required for 34 units. So I wanted to lay those concerns of the folks that voted against the future land use change last time because of this concern. Perhaps seeing the plans show you that just wasn't a realistic concern raised by those folks that did come in here and give you comments. You can't get there from here on this size property, so it's not something to be concerned about. And so that we ask that you approve this and stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 22-26, please come forward.
Hi, sorry. I just had a quick question. I'm not opposed or against his plan. My curiosity is, when are these traffic studies done? I asked the city manager this when we did slip away. At what time of year? We are a city that has seasons, and we have snowbirds. We're in season. And now that JC Park is open, we're going to get a lot of more traffic because that's pretty close in proximity to Del Prado and that turn up at Breach. I'm just curious, what time of year are you doing the traffic studies? Answer? No?
You're here to provide comments. It's not a question and answer session.
Hi, my name is Skyline Brown. This is definitely, how do I put this? Hold on, wait. So I go to HEX meetings pretty often, and I follow the zoning and planning committee pretty closely as far as Lee County is concerned. And time again, I am seeing, especially out on Pine Island, these rural and agricultural, which kind of compares to this residential parcel, being flipped to commercial or mixed use and then being sold for top dollar. I think that as a city, we need to be very careful about these situations where they propose a development, and once they get that rezoned through a HEX meeting, they turn around and they sell it for, millions of dollars as opposed to what it could have been. And the reason I think that it's definitely something to be aware of is once it's flipped from residential to commercial mixed use, that's going to be a really hard parcel to get rid of at the end of the day, especially when you're talking about a mixed use property in the middle of a neighborhood. We see that a lot in North Cape. I think we saw it a couple meetings ago as well. It was a parcel being rezoned back to residential, and it was a mess. It was so hard to get stuff pushed through like that, especially when it comes to the hearing examiner. But it's just something to note. I get it, capitalism, and you can make how much. It's just bad for the city, and I think that we should definitely pay more attention to projects like this. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 22-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hertz, would you the biggest concern that we heard the last time when you were here was from the residents regarding the traffic and the will there be a traffic study? Do we need an additional stop sign? Do we need a light? And you said in your presentation that it isn't necessary, correct?
Correct. And you also heard that from your staff presentation, and they provided you with a traffic commentary study that was done by, it appears your memo is from Laura H. Dodd, your principal transportation planner.
Yes. What date was that?
Today.
Today. Okay.
May 20th is what that was prepared, and it laid out some prospective trip increases and what the capacity of the area is. It stated that the current level of service is A, and it does not see a change to that level of service based on the zoning change.
And Ms. Dodd, did we do that study? You can just shake your head. Did we do that study recently or in season or? Sorry, maybe I didn't ask you yes or no. My apologies. Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, again,
Yes,
for the
go
record,
ahead.
Anthony Santor, Senior Planner. So we had requested Ms. Dodd to look at this because there was some comments from the community at the
Yes,
last
yes.
time.
Overwhelming
So
comments.
this is not a full traffic study, and to answer the one citizen's comment, when we do the future land use changes, traffic studies are required if they generate over a certain trip amount. Additionally, we require traffic studies at the site development phase and let the applicant know at the pre-application phase that this would be a requirement if they are going to be impactful in such a way that it is determined that, hey, a traffic study is necessary. This is not a full traffic study. This is just a proposed analysis based on what the applicant is showing that shows the level of service of the roadway, shows the level of service that is anticipated with the impact from any potential development that the proposed developer is showing. And we had asked her to do this again because we had just come through the HEX process, understanding that there could be some comments from city council as to the potential traffic and some citizen comments to potential traffic that we would like to see addressed. So we asked her to do this and she did turn it around for us very quickly. I do want to thank her for that, to provide that information. But I do want to state that it is not a full traffic study. This is based off of development potential that is being proposed, and full traffic studies are necessary to be provided at when certain criteria is met at certain stages of development or certain land use changes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Beeman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
all ayes, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to ordinance 23-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 23-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the city of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the city of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as parcels of land located within lots 9 through 14, block 3230, Cape Coral, unit 66, as more particularly described herein from professional office to commercial zone. Property located at 1513 Gleason Parkway, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to this quasi-judicial matter, if there are any ex parte communications that have occurred with the elected officials, this will be the time to disclose this pursuant to our city code.
Thank you. Any ex parte communications to divulge? Okay, seeing none. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony on ordinance 23-26, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we will turn it over to staff. Mr. Watt.
All right. Good evening. For the record, Wyatt Daltrey. I'm the planning team coordinator with the city's planning division. My credentials may be obtained at the city clerk's office. What we have before you today is ordinance 23-26. Actually kind of a joint application here. The owner and original applicant is Courtney Newhousel. Location of the property is 1513 Gleason Parkway. Size of the property is just under 29,000 square feet. That's roughly 2/3 of an acre. Property has the urban services transition area, so utilities, centralized utilities are present in the area. And the request is to rezone this property from the professional office zoning district to the commercial zoning district. As you can see here, these are the zoning maps, existing zoning, professionals in light blue. To change that to red, commercial, the same zoning designation that is adjacent to the west. Currently, there is a convenience store and a gas station. I think a couple, might be like a Dollar Tree, whatever, equivalent retail at that site. As you can see on that map, on these maps, surrounding area is a mixture of single family indicated in yellow and multifamily indicated in brown to the north, east, and south to the west, primarily commercial. Some findings of fact, again, one undeveloped parcel, 2/3 of an acre in size. It has had the commercial professional future land use classification since the adoption of the comprehensive plan back in 1989. It has had professional zoning since 1990. So it's been a fairly well-established, though undeveloped, non-residential site. As you saw on the map, is access on Gleason Parkway. It's very close to the intersection of Chiquita Boulevard and Gleason Parkway. Applicant stated that the rezone sought to expand the variety of uses allowed on the site. Go really quickly through the land development code analysis. First question, whether or not the proposed zoning district is consistent with city comp plan. Very clearly, commercial zoning is compatible with commercial professional future land use. We see that combination of land use and zoning throughout the city. Whether the full range of uses allowed in the proposed district will be compatible with the existing uses in the area under consideration. Things to note. One, a commercial district allows range of uses from retail, auto repair to contractor uses. Existing surrounding uses are gas station retail development, as I mentioned earlier, to the west, church to the south, single-family homes to the north across canal. A majority of the uses within the commercial district are compatible with the existing uses present in the area. The size of the site will reduce intensity from vehicle trips and noise. Again, there's only so much you can put on 2/3 of an acre. We're not looking at something that's going to trip, multiple hundreds of peak hour trips. That's just all you can do on 125 feet of depth. Whether the range of uses allowed in the proposed zoning district will be compatible with existing potential uses. Again, to underscore this here, majority of the parcels are developed. The few undeveloped parcels are zoned for multifamily. So the most likely development is a retail or service-based development on the site. Office is allowed. That is still allowed within the commercial zoning designation. But what you're seeing here ultimately is an expansion in the range of uses permitted if this is approved today. Whether the proposed zoning district will serve a community need or broader public purpose. Again, this site is already zoned for non-residential. We need non-residential uses in Cape Coral, as has been spouted by me over the years, certainly by staff to council in the past. This rezone would allow for expansion of uses, which could provide a small benefit to the community. Characteristics of the proposed rezone area are suitable for the uses permitted in the proposed zoning district. This is one parcel. The site lacks ideal depth for commercial. We prefer to have full block depth, which is roughly 250 feet. So the fact that there's a canal that is adjacent to this parcel to the north and restricts that depth is not preferred. However, this rezone would be an extension of existing commercial zoning moving eastward from Chiquita Boulevard. Surrounding the area is a mix of commercial and multifamily residential. So it's not a matter of dropping a commercial property in the sea of single family residential. We already have commercial in this area. Finally, whether a zoning district other than the district requested will create fewer potential adverse impacts to existing uses in the surrounding area. That would be the existing professional zoning district. It has fewer uses. It does not include certain commercial uses such as auto repair. Due to site factors, rezone to commercial may not increase adverse impacts for the surrounding area. And again, that's basically just due to the relative small size of the site in question. While reviewing the comprehensive plan, the table we have in policy 1.15 of the future land use element, it lists all the land use classifications and the appropriate zoning, or I would say the consistent zoning districts. Commercial zoning is consistent with commercial professional. To conclude, through the analysis of the comprehensive plan, more specifically that policy 1.15 future land use element, and the proposed rezone to commercial is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, and is found to be compatible with the surrounding area. Therefore, Planning Division staff recommends approval of the rezone request. The hearing examiner had reviewed this earlier and has also recommended approval of the rezone. I will stand by for any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the applicant or their representative, if they're here, to please come forward.
Hello. We've owned the property for over 10 years. That area has changed a lot. And the store that he was talking about that's adjacent to the property, it's a 7-Eleven. There's a Dollar General in there. One of my favorite pizza shops is also in there. There's a huge self-storage across the street. So it would just make sense for us to turn it into commercial, maybe some light medical or dental, or, the first step is this right here, and then we can explore what can be done after that.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 23-26, please come forward. Use the podium to my left. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 23-26?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah, on this zoning request, and this is primarily for the owner of the property, you're saying that the reason for that is expansion of current uses. Is that to increase the size of the 7-Eleven or the Dollar General that are there? Or do you have you got any plans as to?
Associated with the 7-Eleven, but just because of the use that's around there, it would make sense. It would make more sense to us.
To increase the size of the 7-Eleven?
I would say increase the size of 7-Eleven.
Sir, why don't you come to the mic if you're going to speak, since you're the applicant.
I don't know what you mean when you say increase the size of the 7-Eleven, like we're not associated with that. Okay.
It says expansion of current use. So now the expansion of the current
Commercial
use,
uses in the
that
region.
corner has the 7-Eleven on it. Gas pumps, the store. Are you talking about more gas pumps behind it?
No.
But that's what I'm questioning.
No, if I may clarify, the current zoning district, the professional zoning district, has roughly 45 permitted uses. I believe the proposal to change it to commercial would double the number of uses permitted, but this is completely independent of the existing development on a separate property owned by a separate entity, that 7-Eleven.
Okay.
So just,
Okay.
all right.
So you're not related to the 7-Eleven situation?
In no way.
Okay, well, no, I'm sure you can understand what I'm talking about. We don't want to see more gas pumps behind it with a residential home right
Absolutely.
behind that.
I get it, 200%. I just didn't understand
Okay,
what you meant.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I don't see any other lights on. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to item 9B is our legislative public hearings. We've been here about 2.5 hours. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 6:40? All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Again, we're at 9B, Legislative Public Hearings, Ordinance 17-26. This item was continued from the May 6, 2026 regular meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you read the title again?
Ordinance 17-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending sections 5.2.7 fences and walls set forth within Article 5, Development Standards, Chapter 2, accessory structures, regarding the general requirement and restrictions on fences and walls, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, and I'll turn it over to Mr. City Attorney. Would you please provide an overview of the proposed changes to the ordinance and why we find ourselves here today?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And staff will go into it in a little bit more further detail, but this ordinance is a modified version of what was originally presented to you 2 weeks ago. In order to address some of the confusions that have emerged as a result of that, the original Section 1 was completely removed, which had a table on there, and what only remains is what was previously Section 2 has now become Section 1, and so that is more of a constriction of the post ordinance, and so that hopefully will alleviate the issues we had experienced. And I know staff will have a little bit more presentation regarding the specific matter.
Okay, thank you, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Again, for the record, Anthony Santor, Senior Planner, Development Services. For this ordinance, hearing the comments from City Council last time, as the City Attorney mentioned, we went back, modified slightly. We removed the table from the proposed ordinance, 5.2.1A, and included new language in section 5.2.7.A.3.D. This is within the exceptions. You can see it highlighted in the bold red to include retaining walls utilized for fall protection as an exemption, as well as those associated with the support and installation of the elevated pool deck. Those were the only two changes that were made since the last hearing, and I will stand by for any questions that you may have.
Okay, I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 17-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 17-26?
Motion to approve ordinance 17-26.
Second. Any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, move on to ordinance
Your time.
8-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
An ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by repealing section 3.3.10, special events, which is set forth within Article 3, Development Review, Chapter 3, specific review procedures, administrative permits, and approvals, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12.5, Parks and Recreation, by creating a new Article 2, Special Events, Section 12.5-10, Special Events, pertaining to the regulation of special events in the city, providing for codification and resolution of conflicting laws, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is removing the special events permitting from our land development code, moving it into our city code. This has been previously presented at a COW, and with consensus, we move forward with the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 8-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 8-26?
Motion to approve.
Any council discussion? Councilmember Long.
Just real quickly, this is the COW discussion we had where I took issue with the fact we were increasing the application days from 60 to 90. Okay.
That's it.
So just for the record, I guess my lone no vote will be based on that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman. Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Kazook,
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Okay, move on to ordinance 19-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 19-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending section 3.1.3 Development Approval Process, table 3.1.3 set forth within Article 3, Development Review, Chapter 1, Development Review Procedures, amending section 3.6.1 Outdoor Display of Merchandise, set forth within Article 3, Development Review, Chapter 6, Other Approvals, and amending section 5.9.3 Outdoor Display of Merchandise, set forth within Article 5, Development Standards, Chapter 9, Temporary Uses regarding the decision-making authority of outdoor display of merchandise, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, members of the council. For the record, Patrick Carlton White, Principal Planner downstairs in DSD. I have a short presentation that'll walk you through this ordinance 1926. It is proposed to amend our LDC to modify the regulation of our outdoor display of merchandise. There's changes involve the development approval process, which is contained in table 313. The actual, the codes in 5.9.3 and the codes in 3.6.1 that both speak to the outdoor display of merchandise. The first and most important part of this ordinance is that it modifies table 3.1.3, which details what department or authority makes a final decision on a particular type of application. Currently, a permit for an outdoor display of merchandise can be granted by the DSD director for a limited selection of things. An applicant can also request to apply for an outdoor display of merchandise for a broader scope of things that the DSD director cannot administratively decide. Historically, those decisions have come to you. If approved, when those decisions need to be made, instead of city council making those decisions that the DSD director cannot make, it will instead be routed to a special magistrate. That change is proposed in table 3.1.3. In section 5.9.3, this section is about temporary permits for the outdoor display of merchandise. The changes in this ordinance clean up that language, and basically, rather than describing how notice is done when the council would make one of these decisions, we refer the user back to LDC code 3.6.1, which is where the guts of the regulations are regarding this topic. As I mentioned earlier, this improves and clarifies what items can be approved by the DSD director in 3.6.1, and it updates references from city council to the special magistrate. While we were in 3.6.1, we did make a few quick changes for clarity and added a few additional things to what the DSD director could approve. The proposed language is displayed before you. I won't read it out loud, but I will allow it to linger on screen a little. When I have nods or eye contacts, I'll move on. City staff is recommending approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this following a hearing on April 1st, also recommended approval. I received one telephone inquiry about this topic, and we'll stand by for any of your questions.
Thank you. I'll now open up a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 19-26, please come forward to the podium to my left. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 19-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a question.
Okay, we got a few lights on here, so we'll answer those. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. When this decision would go to the special magistrate, is there kind of an accepted criteria that the magistrate would go through? You know, does it check all these boxes, or is it totally just up to their discretion?
It's largely up to their discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah, am I missing something here, or does this go back to that whole discussion with Lowe's and their outdoor display?
That's correct. That's an example of one of those items of an application for an outdoor display of merchandise that was outside of the scope of something that could be administratively approved. We have a number of those in the pipeline, and rather than bringing them to council for your approval and having them on your agenda, we are proposing to send it to the special magistrate to allow them to make that decision.
All right, so then, okay, am I understanding this correctly, that Lowe's, the way they have their, for example, the one over on Santa Barbara and Veterans, they would continue to have their outdoor display as they have it now?
Well, they are one of those applicants that are requiring one of these permits.
Okay, but they would be able to get a permit for it without having to go to the special magistrate, correct?
No, theirs is outside of the scope of what the DSD director could administratively approve, which is a small subset of the myriad of requests that someone could dream up for outdoor display of merchandise.
Okay. So then every 3 months, they have to apply for a new permit?
No, ma'am, that's incorrect. Once the outdoor display of merchandise is granted, it's perpetual.
It's perpetual, in perpetuity?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Stanky, I do want to, there is a parameters that they have, that the special magistrate would have to abide by. And essentially is like a little mini trial. Applicant would submit their request for the outdoor storage. They would speak with staff. Staff would then take a position on whether or not what they're requesting is consistent with the code or is inconsistent with the code. If it's inconsistent with the code, then they would have essentially a mini trial where they would come ask for that permission. Staff would then present whatever they were going to present. And then that will be a determination made by the special magistrate whether or not they are in compliance.
Thank you, Counselor.
It makes a big difference.
Yeah, there's got to be like elements or something that they've got to.
All right. Councilmember Steinke?
Yeah, sorry about that. And then is an appeal available to them? If the special magistrates rule in a particular way, is there an appeal available to them that then would come before the council?
No, no, it won't come before the council. So there's an appeal available to them and to the city. And that goes to the circuit court sitting in its appellate capacity.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lastra?
Aye.
Lehman? Long?
Aye.
Stanky?
Aye.
Donnell? Aye. Gunter?
Aye.
Kaduk?
Aye.
Kilrain?
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to ordinance 27-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 27-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $65 million in principal amount of bonds to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements within the city, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate legally available non-ad valorem revenues to pay debt service on the bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of such bonds, and providing severability and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. For the record, Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director. The city's charter, specifically Section 4-17B5, requires that any borrowing of money be authorized through an ordinance. So through ordinance 2726, we are requesting authorization to borrow up to $65 million in special obligation revenue bonds, and those proceeds will be used to finance capital improvements, refinance prior indebtedness, and pay issuance costs. So the ordinance recognizes that the debt service on these bonds is payable from legally non-ad valorem revenues subject to annual budgeting and appropriation. It emphasizes that the bonds are not a general obligation to the city, meaning that ad valorem taxes will not be pledged. It provides that the detailed terms of the financing will be done through Bond Resolution 10626, which will be presented next on the agenda. And then finally, the ordinance recognizes that the city used interim financing through commercial paper to advance project costs before the bonds are issued. So some of the debt proceeds will go to repaying the commercial paper program and convert that basically into short-term financing from short-term borrowing to long-term borrowing. So the bond proceeds will support the following projects: J.C. Park improvements estimated at $18.7 million, Coral Oaks Golf Course irrigation improvements estimated at $2.5 million, the Northwind West transportation improvements estimated at $14 million, and the Yacht Club seawall improvements estimated at $23 million. So all of these projects were previously approved by council, and the identified funding source was debt. So that's why we're here today. All of these projects are either completed, near completion, or in process. And like I mentioned before, we did use commercial paper, specifically project 1, 2, and 4 on the list. Commercial paper was used to advance funding the project cost to date. And so what we'll do is refund that commercial paper program for these particular projects. So annual debt service will be repaid utilizing the following sources listed here. So the portion of the debt associated with J.C. Park and the seawall improvements will be repaid using general fund non-ad valorem resources. Coral Oaks irrigation improvements, we will utilize golf course revenues to repay that portion of the debt. And then 6-cent gas tax will be used to repay the portion related to the Northwind West transportation improvements. And estimated debt service payments have already been built into the forecasts that were included in the adopted budget. And that is what I have presented for ordinance 2726.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 27-26, please come forward. We'll use the podium to my left.
My name is Marie Kavanaugh, and I really have one question. The $65 million, is that above and beyond the approved budget? That's it.
Thank you.
Ladies go first. Hi, Tom Shadrack. Just a couple questions. There was confusion earlier on J.C. Park when it was brought to the council and it was approved. It was going to be a revenue bond. That's what the debt was for. But when you think of just the issue with J.C. Park, most public think it's just the revenue that might be generated from that park would be what's used to pay it off. So that's probably the confusion, like people thought, oh, the bistro is going to have to cover it all because it's a revenue bond. So what other revenue was proposed when you guys approved, or the previous council, I guess, it was done in 2024. What was the revenue that was anticipated to be used other than the bistro? You're going to raise public service tax? You're going to, well, how? There was never a discussion about what other revenue sources were going to be used. So it was natural to think it was the bistro funding or any other use of that park. For one thing, you could charge for parking there, right? Just like you're planning for the yacht club. So that would go over like a lead balloon, I'm sure. But my question is, the two items for general funds, J.C. Park and the yacht club, we've got, when you guys finished last fiscal year, it was disclosed there's $30 million left in unrestricted revenue. And I argued then that there's probably, when you approved the budget last year, you're going to have another 20, 30 million more with this fiscal year. And the monthly financial charts are bearing that out. There's at least probably 20 million more in addition to the 30 million that's sitting there in unrestricted reserves today. We don't get insight to the fund balances. Well, that's left with the city manager and the finance group. That's not something you guys get to see. At least the public doesn't see it that I know of. So basically, in my opinion, you've got 50 million in the general fund sitting there, not being used. We got commercial debt that's been used, paying interest on it. Why aren't we using the cash we have at hand to pay for these things, to pay them off? Why are we getting more debt when you've got $50 million in unrestricted reserves sitting there? So what are you doing with that money? Thanks.
Gotta put it down again. Hi, Julia Tari. My question is, well, again, the J.C. Park, because I don't understand how you can approve money for this project right now when you just had somebody stand up here and say that they were going to pay for the bistro, finishing it. They were going to pay for the docks. So are we putting the cart before the horse? Because I would think if you're going to get that much money from the concessionaire, that you would wait to vote on taking out money and borrowing money for that project. Now, okay, I'm not up there. I'm not sitting in your chair, but I think that's something you should look into. He's already offered the money, and then we don't have to pay it. We already lost $1.4 million on the first concessionaire agreement, which was the Reef. And I thought it was a little ridiculous to say, well, if he leaves, he owes us 1.4 and we're going to go after him, but we didn't go after the guy who originally made the contract. Again, that's an opinion of a citizen. So borrowing money this close to the year end, when you already had a budget for repairs on a park that's brand new, by the way, and Yacht Club, which we still haven't even have plans on what's going to happen, I think you're just overspending. So whether you can take the money, like Mr. Shadrack said, out of the general fund or not, maybe you should get a clear plan before you approve spending. Thank you.
Jennifer Alvarez Wada, just another example of fiscally irresponsibly conservatives. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during public hearing?
No, this is just for this issue. It's not public. No? Okay. No. Okay.
All right, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 27-26?
Motion to approve.
All right, and I will open up for council discussion. Councilmember Lehman.
My questions have been answered.
Okay, Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, it's very simple. We have cash on hand. We know that we have at least a minimum of $29.9 million sitting in cash, unassigned from the general fund. So to me, we should not be borrowing 65 million. You know, it's very simple. If we put it in terms for our residents, I had to liquidate funds recently of the tune of $38,000 to pay for my assessment. And I had to use cash to do so, or I could have chose to put that on my tax bill and pay for that for the next 30 years at 6%. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions and you have to use the cash that you have available to you. And in this case, we do have cash available to us. And it seems that staff has what they want to spend the cash on rather than what council's direction of spending the cash on is. We shouldn't be borrowing 65 million. We should be borrowing at minimum, probably about 19 million when we look at all the funds. We have the unassigned overage in the general fund. We have the Seven Islands sale, and I asked for the breakdown of that and I haven't received it. We have the rental registration fees that are coming in. We have Burnt Store Road fees. We have tons of cash that we need to use. So for me, it's a no. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell.
Yeah, let's address this issue out there about the 30 million left over and the 20 million left over. Let's just get the record straight, all right? So I would like to hear, would someone address this issue of we have $50 million of cash hanging out there somewhere? Who can address that?
$50 million, I'm not sure where that number comes from. The 29 million that Councilmember Kadouk referred to, that is the unrestricted fund balance in the general fund that was identified and shared with council during our January budget workshop. And what that is the balance left at the end of fiscal year 25. So the start of fiscal year 26, which is the fiscal year we're in, we did have a unrestricted fund balance in the general fund of 29 million. Along with that, the sale of the Seven Islands property did also generate an additional estimate of about $11 million in the general fund. That was not budgeted for use, so in the accounting world, it would fall to the bottom line.
Understood. So let's just put it out there, Mr. City Manager. It's a great question, $29 million question. If we're looking for 65 million in debt and we have 29 million on hand, then what is the thought process behind not using at least some of that cash to address some of this?
When you look at all of the general fund debt that we have, based on the projects that have been previously been told to move forward, and that is obviously a discussion, and I know Councilwoman Kadouk and I have had this discussion, we have to assume that those are moving forward until council, 5 members tell us to stop, right? So we have to assume that those votes are not going to be there and those projects are still going to move forward. So when we look at that, then we start to look at which assets are going to produce income, which assets are not going to produce income. What is the total debt service if we had to debt fund all of it? And then which assets are going to be used by the ratepayers today or the taxpayers today versus those in the future? JC Park is going to be an intergenerational park. So that's what we say. There are taxpayers today, but there's another 2 or 3 generations of people that are going to pay for that, are going to use it. And so if we use cash on hand today, what we're saying is only the people that are here today that generated that are going to pay for that, and all future users are going to get that for free, right? Because those of us who are here today paid it off. When we look at the other one that we had on the agenda tonight, the fleet building, it's not going to generate revenue, but the bistro at JC Park will. So there'll be a revenue stream to help offset any debt service that happens. The fleet building is not. And so I heard the statement that, staff has its reason. We have a reason to pay off the general fund on the fleet building. This way, the general fund itself, that is not going to get support from any users other than the taxpayers, doesn't have to make a recurring debt payment for the fleet building. So it preserves some debt capacity. And then when you look at the other big issue that we have out there is the yacht club, which we're going to talk about at the next one. If we are able to buy down the general fund debt at the yacht club, that, like JC, is going to have a revenue source. So by carrying some debt there with a revenue coming in from the boathouse and possibly any other P3s, it could be that we reduce the amount of what is due from the general fund because we're going to have revenue coming in. But instead of just the ratepayers today paying for that, the next generation, 10, 20 years from now, that will be there so that we're spreading out the cost of that. And so that's the big difference between governmental operations and your personal budget, is that we try to look at who are the users and who is the right person to pay. Should we completely burden today's ratepayers or taxpayers with financing something, or should we spread that out over time when there's going to be a higher tax base, more people using it? Should they contribute towards that as well?
Thank you. We've had that before. I want to just put that out there. In the last part, council, is well, there will be those, and we had the conversation about, well, if we're going to spread it out, there's still interest that accrues that at some point then supersedes the number. It's more than what we started with. Then how would you address the fact that, okay, well, in that strategy, we're still accruing interest. So maybe we're gaining on the front end, but losing on the back end to make it net neutral, still on the taxpayer.
In that regard, what we're looking for is to, if you're going to debt fund, do you have revenue sources to help pay for that other than just general fund?
Understood. Thank you. That's all I have, council. I'll be in support of the motion.
Councilmember Stankey?
Thank you, Mayor. Just three points. I think one, it's important to understand that some of this money is already borrowed. And I don't know if everybody caught that. We have some of this on commercial paper already that we're paying interest only on and not depleting the principal. And so when we go to bond funding like we are here, we actually can retire the debt. So part of this is actually repaying the commercial paper and freeing up that working debt that we have available to us for short-term needs. Second is that having that money in reserves is advantageous to us for our credit rating. And so for us in our own personal lives to think that we would live and we don't need to have anything in a savings account, this is a piece of the city's savings account to have the money there, and it's cautious as we deplete that for unknown expenses that may come our way, as well as when credit agencies are looking at us and they look at our financials, to not have that savings there is detrimental to us. We made a decision not too long ago that should we have another hurricane, we're not waiting for FEMA for our signage on our roads to make sure our roads are safe. Well, that was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6 or 7 million. 10 million. So 10 million we had to write. If we're going to pay for the signage ourselves, that's 10 million we just got to stroke a check for right then. And so some of these decisions are predicting some things could happen in the future and how to be prepared for it. And then, and the last point, and it was made, I think, to just make sure people know, when we debt fund something, people that come in the future get to help pay for the things that we need to put in place right now that will be there for decades. And so to have just the people that are here now lose the cash out of their savings account and have the people that come 10 years from now, 15 years from now, not have to contribute towards what these dollars are used for, I think is unfair to the people that are here today. So that's one of the reasons why I will support this. Thanks.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, just a clarification, I guess, because those funds aren't in a reserve, right? You said it was an unrestricted fund balance? Okay, well, because we categorize it as a savings account in reserve, and it's my understanding that's what a reserve's for, which this is not. Other points well taken, and certainly understand all the points that we're making, but I'm of the same opinion. I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision one way or the other today. I will have to, but I think we're maybe a little bit premature. I'd love to have this discussion in the context of other budget discussions when we're talking about the 29 million or whatever that number ends up being, and get those figures and really look at what that debt service is actually costing us versus the money that we're losing paying in interest versus sitting in the account. City manager opened up saying, well, yeah, which kind of brings me back to my main point at the beginning of the meeting today is, well, that 29 million, we kind of got to earmark it at least generally now, because we've got all these other projects in the pipeline that council's previously approved, whether it was this one or prior. And that was my point, is that councils have approved projects forever, as far back, and we just continue to go forward with them in these small line item, design change 1, design change 2 consent agenda without at least a periodic, yearly reevaluating, looking at these projects, making sure that the policy is the same with this current organization of the council, which is what I wanted to do with the fleet facility, for example, because circumstances change, context changes. So for me, yeah, I'm going to vote no, just because I'm of the opinion, just on a quick glance, that I would much rather pay down debt than take on more. And I understand the debt's already there, but that doesn't negate the point that we could pay it down. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I agree exactly what Councilmember Long stated. I think having that beneficial touch base annually or biannually to see where we are in terms of all this debt service, I'd feel more comfortable about. And the other thing, Mr. City Manager, that you brought up the comparison, let's say, between general fund money, J.C. Park, looking at J.C. Park and the fleet and spreading out that debt over future generations. And I agree. I see that. I see that point versus, let's say, the fleet where, you could pay that down now, use that general fund reserve and pay that off. And then, we wouldn't have to have such a large paper debt. And then also, I guess my concern is just borrowing. Maybe you can explain a little bit in terms of the market now. Is this a good time to be doing that, or should we be, really rethinking that and pausing on that due to the rates?
So a couple points I'll address, and then I'll have finance discuss the timing of the borrowing.
Okay.
If you were to, let's say this was not general fund debt, and let's just for a moment say this 65 million was water and sewer fund. And so what we would be saying when I'm saying have future ratepayers, if we were to use 65 million of the rate that we have today in fund balance, then only those customers that are on the system would have paid for that improvement, right? But everyone in the future would have the balance. So this is an analogy of why the general fund and how it would cross over. But let's take Councilmember Long's discussion about, well, we've got the fleet building, we've got the yacht club. To some extent, we don't know where, you all asked us for a phasing plan. We're going to present that. So let's just say we've got, I'll pick a number. This is not a number that is going to be presented next week. Total and aggregate, 100 million. And I'm going to just say we have 50 million in undesignated reserves. So we can only pay for half of what the needs are. So then it comes down to, if you've got 5 or 6 items that make up that 100 million, how is it best to apply that 50 million in cash towards that 100 million? And so what we look at is, do any of those other projects that we have, are they going to generate some revenue to help offset the future debt service? And in this case, Yacht Club, we have the boathouse, which before it had its catastrophe, was generating 500,000 a year. Hopefully it generates more. We're looking at a bistro agreement at J.C. Park, 333. So, but the fleet building is not going to generate any revenue. So to the extent that future users are going to enjoy the boathouse and enjoy the bistro and help contribute to pay the debt service, that lowers the future tax burden from the taxpayers. So we look to apply our cash where it most benefits the community. And in the case of the fleet building, we still have 100 million. We're not going to be able to fund it all, right? So it's going to come due somewhere. But because J.C. Park, that 18, is going to have a recurring revenue to come in to help lower the debt service, it's like leveraging,
Right.
but also spreading it out.
Right, and I see that point, but I know today in the presentation with, when Mark presented the other departments that would be having to, let's say, pay a percentage because they're utilizing fleet, like the charter schools or some of the other departments in the city. And so it's not technically revenue generating, but it's kind of like sharing in the expense.
That is, yes, that is how we intend on funding the build, right? So we look at the total fleet, we have all different funds, right? So we have water and sewer, we have code, fire, police, we have stormwater, the charter schools, we maintain the buses. So when we look at funding the building, all of those funds are going to pay their proportionate share. The general fund is made up of all the police vehicles, all the code officer vehicles, all the parks and recreation vehicles. Though what we're saying we would buy down on the fleet building is the portion that the general fund would have, because the only way to generate those revenues is to tax our residents. And so what we're saying is, let's buy that down so that we don't have to tax them in perpetuity for that building, because there is no revenue source other than that tax.
Right, I understand.
The timing of the debt.
Yes, timing.
So as far as the timing, we utilize a financial advisor and they assist and advise us on the best time to go into the market. And currently that's middle of June. But when we approach that time frame, if it's not advantageous, if the economy is volatile, any of those things, then we would back out and not enter the market or try to sell those bonds at that time. We would defer it until a better time approaches. So we do have some flexibility when we actually enter the market to try to sell bonds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's smart. Like I said, my concern is this market is so depressed. I'm just concerned about that. All right. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. Slide 4, J.C. Park improvements, 18.7 million. Coral Oaks Golf Course irrigation improvements, 2.5 million. North One West transportation improvements, 14 million. Yacht Club seawall improvements, 23 million. Quick math, that's 58.2 million, not 65 million. We have 40 million sitting in cash, and it is sitting somewhere earning interest. So it's more than that, because we know we have 29.9 from the general fund. And Mr. City Manager, you said, we'd have to tax our residents. Well, we have an extra 29.9 million from the taxes that we tax our residents. So we don't need to, because we're coming with a surplus of 29.9 million year after year. So we don't have to tax our residents. We sold the 7 Islands, and you said that was about $11 million net proceeds. So that's sitting somewhere and gaining interest. So we have more than 40 million sitting somewhere. We should not be borrowing 65 million. We should be borrowing 58.2 million minus 40 million. So we're looking at 18 million. So I don't know why we're borrowing so much. That's my concern. And we're talking about the fleet building. We're talking about issuing another $54 million in debt. And by the time that's at 100% design, we know it's going to be well more than 54 million. So we need to really rein in what we're doing and what we're spending on. I'm still voting no on both of these. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain, please, no clapping.
I go back to 2 months ago when we had the analysis of the debt being projected. And there's a balance point when we really burden ourselves too much with debt. All of these projects that are listed here were within the lower boundary of that. The thing that was kicking that over was really the yacht club and the full spending on the yacht club. We know right now that the yacht club, we're doing the seawall, we're doing the marina, and the gasoline portion of that would those 3 things are probably the 35 million or 38 million approximately. If you take those, they're going to be revenue generating because that's required to be tied in with the boathouse. So they're going to be a revenue generating portion of that. That's going to be significant. In addition to that, the concept that everyone kind of discussed here was if it's a service that goes on into the future and be utilized like a park by future generations and future years, it's more fair to do it from a debt funding standpoint. So understanding a little bit more about how public treasure function operates based on those parameters, I think we're fine moving along this process, as long as when we get to the next big chunks that are now questionable, like the portions of the yacht club that might tip the scales. We were careful in doing that. I think we're still within bounds here of doing this in this manner. And for that basis, I'm going to support this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess for me, and I asked the city manager in my one-on-one meeting this week, you know, we got a lot of projects out there that we have to identify what we're going to do, what we're not going to do, how we're going to pay for it, whether it's debt funded. You know, my understanding, we have this $29 million that was left over in last fiscal year. I know we sold the 7 islands for $20 million. I think we had to pay back water and sewer fund about $4 million. So that left about a $16 million. 11, is the 11 the general fund aspect of the 16?
The stormwater fund also had to be repaid. And so the net of that leaves an estimate of about 11 million to the general.
You know, so we have about $40 million. You know, one of the things that I asked in my meeting this week was, let's look at the big picture. Let's write on the board, this is what we got to do. This is what we need to do. And how are we, and come up with a funding strategy for all of it instead of piecemealing it going through the process here. We know the fleet building's about $52 million. You know, are we going to use a portion of that money's for that? You know, I would rather write on a board or have a discussion. Here's all the projects that we're going to need to do. Some of the yacht club is unknown. I know we're going to get, a presentation, I believe it was next week at the Cal meeting. I know one of the things that we have to do there is some of the civil engineering, some of the infrastructure that needs to be put in there. That's going to come at a cost. You know, I'd like to know what that is. So for me, what I'm struggling with is I want to have a plan for all these projects. Instead of, okay, let's talk about these 4 now. We'll talk about 2 next week, 3 the following week, 2 down the road. I'd rather sit there. I don't know if we do that, next week in our Cal or, all of these projects here are either completed, they're already funded. Like Councilmember Steinke said, we're paying interest only and commercial paper. And, I know J.C. Park, for one, I heard a few people talk. If you go back to a slide presentation back in 2024, it was estimated back then that 15.7 of that particular project would be debt funded. Yeah. So it was identified in 24 when that presentation was given. But I would like to see a plan for everything. So that's why I'm struggling here a little bit. For me, what I would like to do is have a continuance on this and have that discussion. What are we going to use the money? Are we going to put some of it here, some of it there? We're going to debt fund this. We can use revenue bonds for some of these. We already see here, Coral Oaks, we're going to use some of those monies. And I get that. If there's a revenue source coming in, to me, that's where you want to use your debt, because you got something that's going to pay for it or pay a portion of it. So I didn't really get that answer that I was looking for in my one-on-one, where I said, hey, let's look at the big picture, the big plan. So that's why I'm struggling with this. So, for me, I would rather have that discussion, whether it's next week, and say, okay, this is what our plan is. And because I do want to utilize that money. That money's sitting there. I think we have a responsibility to use it. How we're going to use it, when we're going to use it, how much of it we're going to use. I'm not saying we have to use it all. When you got a savings account at home, you don't look in your savings account and say, hey, I got $2,000 in there. I'm going to go spend $2,000. So I'm not saying that we spend all that money, but I know we have to spend some of it and how much of it. And that's a decision for us to make. So for me, I'd like to have that discussion first. So with that being said, if was there a motion yet?
Yeah, I made the motion.
So
that's why I had my light on.
Yeah. So if we continue without having the bigger discussion, I'll probably be a no. I want to have that vote. I want to have that discussion first. So that's where I'm at.
If I could add just to conclude on, I just want to remind you that this is a not to exceed of 65 million. And the project listed were the projects we planned on funding with these debt proceeds. You can still approve the ordinance tonight because it's a not to exceed. We can also always issue for lower and then have that discussion and issue based on whatever projects you choose to move forward with debt funding for. So you can still approve the ordinance tonight.
Madam City Clerk?
Your Honor, just wanted to clarify there is a motion on the floor.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Crystal, are any of the commercial paper turning over such that you have to pay them down within the next 2 or 3 weeks?
No.
So we have enough time to do that?
We do.
Okay, I would modify my motion to continue this pending a review of all of the, as the mayor described, pending a review of all the potential obligations out there. I was using my memory to go back 2 or 3 months ago as to what was on that list and what things were tripping out because of the yacht club coming on board. It'd be better off to see that again, revisited, I think. So I will amend my motion to include tabling it until we can do that review.
I think you have to do that to a date certain. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, so it'd be a motion to continue. I'm assuming both matters. Hold on, let me get, because there's no point of going forward, right, Crystal? Am I correct?
And I guess the other question, Mr. City Manager, next week's committee of the whole, if we want to have this discussion at our last regular meeting before hiatus, then we would have to have this discussion probably at our CAL meeting. Are you?
What about the budget workshop?
We can have this
There's
discussion.
no meeting after that.
We can have the discussion next week. I want to remind council, in January, we presented to you all of the debt, all of the projects, and the total amount. So you already have the project list and the amount of debt. What's hanging this up is, where do we put our cash?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the project list and that amount is going to be the same it was in January. However, next Wednesday, first on the agenda is going to be the yacht club.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to look at our phasing plan, and instead of being at the I forget 160 or 190, I forget what number it was. You'll be able to bring that down to whatever phase consensus you give us to. And then we can have a discussion about where do we want to put our cash? And then from there, then we move forward.
So the date certain would be
June
2 weeks from today.
It would be a motion continuing ordinance number 27-26 and resolution number 106-26 to the June 3rd regular city council meeting here in city council chambers.
I would so modify my motion to that.
And who was the second, Madam City Clerk?
That was Councilmember Donnell.
And do you agree?
Second agrees. We're still discussing them, right? I agree with that.
All right, Councilmember Kaduka, I see your light's still on. Are we good, or you got
Yes,
something else?
Thank you. I put it back on.
Okay.
So we were presented this, I have it pulled up, but I asked, and maybe you can still give it to us for next week at the COW. We were presented with the fleet facility at 42 million, and then you gave us this for 54 million. So, I mean, all these numbers need to be updated, and I still do not support the motion because this is 65 million. It could be more or it could be less. So I still don't.
That's a not to exceed.
Not to exceed, but if we're adding more projects that we're going to be discussing, that's why I don't support it. It could be more, especially if we're adding an additional 55.
It couldn't be more. I think the discussion is just to see which out of all of those projects you would cash fund. It wouldn't add to this list or to the amount that we're trying to get authorized tonight.
True.
If we're going to go over the whole list and talk about all of our debt and what we're taking out, it could be more than that. I understand that this is a not to exceed, but that is why I'm not supporting it. Does that make sense?
Yes. So the list includes all projects But
this list includes fleet facility at 42 million, but then this document says 54 million, and it's only at 90% design, so it could actually be more than that.
Right.
So that is one project alone that is almost at the 65 million.
These
I
projects
understand,
are already
they are
paid.
these 4 projects, but even on our list here, it says 18 million for JC Park, it's 18.7. It says our golf course irrigation, 3 million, but it's 2.5. So, I mean, all these numbers are off, and that's okay. I understand it changes, but that is why I don't support it. We need correct and accurate information.
That's like going to a closing at a home. You can only give an estimate until you actually close.
I have to give you the documents 3 days in advance, and then I get to talk to the borrowers about it for 3 days until they sign them. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell?
Yeah, I get it. And I think it will, and we had in our one-on-ones, because he did present that, but I think it would be helpful for us as a community, for those who are really seeking to understand, okay, what are you doing? That's an excellent suggestion. So we can put it out there. Here are the projects. We'll look at this and where we're going to put the 29 million. I think that'll be healthy for us as a community, understanding what you're saying, Councilwoman. I think this is a win-win. So I'm definitely, I'm excited about it actually, because now people can look. It's, everybody had, because I know it came out late, so it might seem like we were rushing. That was an excellent suggestion. So I look forward to that. I just wanted to put that out there. That was a good one.
Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that's true. We do need this to be helpful. And to Councilmember Kaduk's point, we need some of these updated numbers. I mean, the numbers need to be updated, right? And even if it's a not to exceed, I understand, but it might go over that. I think it also would be helpful in our future discussion that we prioritize these. We prioritize it, absolutely, like prioritize.
Yeah.
As a group, what do we want to see happen first? Because I know many of us want these seawall improvements done, finished, so people can start using. But then, we still have the JC Park, which is done. So I think that would be very helpful. But I think the numbers definitely need to be updated so that, we can have this discussion and rightfully place these in priority. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I think it's important to clarify, Councilmember Laster, what you just said about prioritizing projects. But when you look at these projects, JC Park, it's done. Coral Oaks, it's done. The Yacht Club, we're in the middle of it. The contract's been awarded. North One West Transportation Improvements. Is that particular project done too as well?
It's
Yeah,
ongoing.
So it's ongoing. So it's not, we can't prioritize these. They're either completed or we're in the middle of them. So we have to figure out how to pay for them. So that's, whether it's debt, cash, whatever, that's what we need to find out. So I don't see any other lights on. Have a motion. The second agreed. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, yes. Could you repeat it for Councilmember Laster? I'm sorry, Lehman.
Motion to continue ordinance 27-26 and resolution 106-26 to the June 3rd regular council meeting at 4 p.m. in council chambers.
And we're going to have a discussion next week in the COW regarding this. All right. Call the roll, please.
Lastra.
Aye.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
And I know that was ordinance 2726. And what was the other one, Madam City Clerk?
And resolution 106-26.
Okay. So that was next on our agenda. So that'll be at our June 3rd meeting that we'll discuss that. So we'll move on to item 9C is last call for comment cards. If you're interested in participating in citizens input, please remember to fill out a comment card to my left up on the table, and we'll be to that portion of the agenda here shortly. Councilmember Donnell, I see your light on before I go any further.
Just a procedural question. Yes, sir, Mayor. To the city attorney, does she have to read this into the record in order for us to continue it? Because we're continuing the next one, resolution
No.
106.26.
No.
Or we can just do it?
It was already done by way of the motion, continuing it.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. All right, let's move on to 9D is introductions. First of which is resolution 120-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Resolution 120-26, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, providing for the vacation of plat for a portion of alley right-of-way and underlining easements between lots 1 through 6, lots 43 through 48, block 2475, unit 36, providing for the vacation of the platted easements located within lots 1 through 6, block 2475, unit 36, providing for the vacation of the platted easements between lots 43 through 48, block 2475, unit 36, properties located at 5 Diplomat Parkway East and 6 Northeast 16th Terrace, providing for an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council? Councilmember Donnell?
Not on this, just a quick question for the clerk. Madam Clerk, we just had a question. There are no cards here. Did you get them all out already?
We have already taken a couple. We will recheck again.
You're welcome. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to ordinance 21-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 21-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, repealing section 5.9.4 garage sales set forth within Article 5. Development Standards, Chapter 9, Temporary Uses regarding garage sale permits within the city of Cape Coral, Florida. Land Development Code and amending the City of Cape Coral, Florida Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, by creating Article 19, Registration and Permits, Section 12-146, Garage Sales, providing for codification and resolution of conflicting laws, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 29-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 29-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the City of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending section 4.1.5, projections and encroachments into setbacks as set forth within Article 4, Zoning Districts, Chapter 1, General Provisions regarding the placement of certain equipment within building setback requirements, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 30-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 30-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the city of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the city of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as parcel of land located at the northeast corner of Santa Barbara Boulevard North and Kismet Parkway West. Block 2297B, Unit 36, Cape Coral subdivision, as more particularly described herein, from single-family residential to commercial zone, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 31-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 31-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending ordinance 9-26, which provided for a referendum to consider the adoption of amendments to section 4.06. Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Cape Coral, Florida. Charter concerning the election of a council member to serve as Mayor Pro Tem by amending the referendum ballot title, providing for publication of a notice of the referendum election, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Any discussion by staff or council?
Yes, Mayor, briefly, this is just a matter of reducing the actual ballot title, not the ballot summary. We have a word limitation. We went beyond that by a couple words, which is the same for the next one too. It's just a reduction of the ballot title, but the summary remains unaltered, and also the proposed language of the referendum remains unaltered.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to ordinance 32-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 32-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending ordinance 14-26, which provided for a referendum to consider the adoption of amendments to section 4.05, candidate qualifications and election of the city of Cape Coral, Florida. Charter concerning the required submission of proof of residence for candidates eligible to hold office of mayor or council member by amending the referendum ballot title, providing for publication of a notice of the referendum election, providing for servability and an effective date. The public hearing will be June 3rd, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council?
Yes, Mayor, same thing. It's just the ballot title being reduced and the summary remains unchanged along with the actual language of the charter remains unchanged.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 10 is citizens input time, which is a maximum of 60 minutes is set on the input citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name. Citizens are given an opportunity to be heard concerning matters scheduled on the council agenda and any other matters pertinent to the city in order to promote an orderly system. Holding a public business meeting and ensure that individuals are not embarrassed or harassed as a result of their exercise of their right of free speech. The city has adopted rules by a resolution by city council and must be followed. The speaker is required to maintain proper decorum at all time. Only the person recognized by the mayor shall address the city council or make any audible remarks during the business portion of the meeting. Speakers shall address the city council as a whole and not as an individual. Also, do not recognize the city staff or any members of the audience to avoid any redundant comments avoid redundant comments person having the same or similar viewpoints. No person is permitted to interrupt the city council proceedings or the comments of any person recognized by the mayor to be the speaker at the podium. No person is permitted to behave in a disorderly manner by shouting, yelling, whistling, chanting, singing, dancing, clapping, foot stomping, cheering, or engaging in any other disruptive display during the council meeting. And no person is permitted to refuse to follow the instructions or abide by the rules that's set by city council. Any person who engages in any behavior that is prohibited herein or who is boisterous or disruptive in any manner to the conduct of the city council meeting shall be asked to leave or may be escorted by the police. So, Madam City Clerk, if you could go ahead and start with the cards with the residents of Cape Coral first.
Annette Warren, Michael Kelly.
Good evening, Annette Warren, District 6. I'm here for the same reason I was at the last meeting, to invite you all to the Memorial Day ceremony. So good evening, Mayor, council members and staff. My name is Annette Warren, and I'm here tonight on behalf of my husband, Chuck Warren, and Coral Ridge Funeral Home and Cemetery. As Memorial Day approaches, we are reminded of the brave men and women who gave their lives in service to our country so that we may live in freedom and peace. Their sacrifice is the foundation of the liberty we enjoy every day, and it is our duty to honor and remember them with gratitude and respect. I would like to personally invite each of you and all members of our community to attend our Memorial Day ceremony on Monday, May 25th at 10 a.m. at Coral Ridge Funeral Home and Cemetery. Directly following the ceremony, we will proceed to the Brotherhood of Heroes Veterans Museum for the Memorial Day program as we continue honoring and remembering those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. In addition, we will also be holding our Flags In Day ceremony on Saturday, May 23rd at 9 a.m. The Flags In ceremony is a sacred Memorial Day tradition where volunteers, families, and veterans come together to place American flags at the resting place of our deceased veterans, ensuring that those who gave their lives are never forgotten. These events are meaningful opportunities for our community to come together in remembrance, reflection, and gratitude as we honor the courage, sacrifice, and legacy of our nation's heroes. We would be truly honored to have you join us as we pay tribute to the men, women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you for your time, and God bless our veterans, our active service members, and the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Kelly. Christina Ilchism.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Christina Ilchizin. I provided City Clerk 9 physical copies of a formalized notarized statement. This document details a systematic pattern of interagency triangulation, severe ADA compliance failures, and a profound administrative blind spots across the City of Cape Coral corporate entity. Furthermore, as someone with a background in compliance auditing, this document formally logs critical structural and fiscal red flags, including unmitigated conflicts of interest, the diversion of taxpayer-funded municipal resources, and the opaque execution of major capital projects such as the 420,000 flagpole project. To ensure total transparency, this exact notarized file has already been dispatched via certified mail directly to the state-level oversight authorities at the Florida Commission on Ethics in Tallahassee. Thank you so much.
Lisette Fialo. Katie Thompson.
Good evening to everybody. I'm Lisette Fialo. I try to talk faster. You know, my English is not really good, but I can try. My 45-7 president is the best because he today is fighting in my Cuban for freedom. And I'm here requesting my freedom, my free speech, because this is the Constitution, the First Amendment. I can say everybody because I'm living in freedom. And my throne, my president, freedom. For this reason, I received a letter from the city hall a few days ago that I have to register my Airbnb. I tried to do that one last year many times, and nobody put attention to me. Even my council member, RK, I sent the letter email. Yes, she answered to me, but only pushing to me. Can you clarify a little more? Can you writing a little more about deployment? No, this one is not back and forth. My time count. And he sent to me, who is Todd Holland, to the court. My RK council member believe what Todd Holland sent by email to her. That is a lot of lie, like this one. The court complaints division has to open court case code 25002598 for multiple violation de address, la, 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 la. The owner of the record is Jorge and Lisette. The case is few violation, including advertising on Airbnb for the rental of the garage as a dwelling unit. Lie. This was a case created prior to the illegal convention. Lie. And not registered the Airbnb because Richard Miller never answered to me.
Mayor, point of order.
As you will see from the information discovered by research, especially why in her research this property was found advertising on the Airbnb for garage efficiency. Lie. This unit was only being renting for less 6 nights. True. One of the side from the city right of the way, Code Field staff observed multiple violations, including illegal conversion, including mini split AC, lie. Side garage door, true. And unpermit privacy fence, lie. Okay, I fix.
Thank you.
No time for that reason.
Katie Thompson, Nate Bliss.
Only 3 minutes, no more.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, and residents of Cape Coral. Tonight, I first want to address the statement recently made that help is on the way. With all due respect, people in this community do not need promises that help may arrive someday. People need help now. Because when someone is struggling with PTSD, mental health, domestic violence, food insecurity, or financial hardship, telling them help is on the way does not help them survive tonight. Cape Coral continues growing rapidly, approving developments and expanding every year. But growth means nothing if the people already living here feel forgotten. Right now in Cape Coral, teen mental health concerns, anxiety, and isolation continue affecting young people across the city. Veterans and first responders are carrying emotional and psychological trauma tied to years of service. Domestic violence victims are facing housing insecurity and limited emergency resources. Working families and seniors are struggling with rising costs of groceries, housing, insurance, and medication. And every single week, displaced animals are found wandering our streets, scared, injured, starving, and abandoned. These are not isolated problems. These are signs of a community hurting. Mayor, residents are asking for urgency. The good news is the funding already exists. SAMHSA grants can support mental health outreach. Violence Against Women Act and VOCA funding can help domestic violence victims with shelter and emergency services. Veteran assistance grants can support PTSD outreach and wellness programs. FEMA firefighter grants and SAFER grants can help support firefighter staffing, wellness, and safety. And recreation grants can help preserve programs like the Cape Coral Rowing Club. And let's be honest about the Rowing Club, programs like this are not luxuries. These are lifelines. They give young people structure, mentorship, teamwork, and discipline and purpose in a world where too many teenagers feel disconnected and lost. The Rowing Club is not just about sports, it's about keeping young people connected to something positive before they become another crisis statistics. That is why the Rowing Club should remain at Tropicana Park, and this is why the city should aggressively pursue grants, sponsorships, and fundraising partnerships to protect programs that are clearly changing lives. We should also be partnering more closely with churches and outreach organizations and utilizing places like the JC Park, food drives, mentorship programs, veteran outreach, and mental health resources.
Thank you.
Nate Bliss, Jennifer Alvarez Wada.
Jennifer Alvarez Wada, Northwest Cape. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Take Out the Trash for exposing the corruption, the favoritism, the special interest dealings, and so on. Second of all, I'm shocked that none of the rowers are here. It looks like they kind of gave up. I was not under the impression last time that they were promised this location. I would like to ask for the mayor to answer this question since the CM cannot be bothered. My question is why did you mean to approve the $500,000 dock? Okay, is that just another example of being fiscally irresponsible? I believe so, along with the $65 million debt. Okay, residents, this has been going on way too long. These people up for re-elections cannot get through the primaries. You said there was a safety concern out in the Northwest Spreader. I have been a boater all my life, and I've been here for 20 years. Not once have I ever seen a Cape Coral Marine Patrol out there. Okay? Pretty sad. I actually had to reach out to Take the Trash to ask them if we even had a Marine Patrol. Okay? So Cape Coral Police, let's wake up and get some Marine Patrol out there, because that's what's making it dangerous. And with the Seven Island project, it's even going to get worse. Right now, there is no safety concern. It's a dead zone. But with the Seven Islands, there will be. So we need to get some Marine Patrol out there. Lastly, I would like to talk about the flag. And I pray and I hope it will not be approved in time. I want to talk about the donations and open the citizens' eyes about the self-interest behind it. Let's talk about Andrew's site work. Has been given 4 contracts, not 1, not 2, but 4, totaling $5 million and $65,000. And yet to find out that he donated $75,000 to the flag. Okay, like, wow, you guys must really think we're stupid. And another thing is 142,000 anonymous donation. This is unreal. Okay, this is such a shady business tactics going on. It's disgusting. And for you guys to think that you're going to get away with this, oh yeah, you won't get through primaries. I can assure you that. And, as far as the debt goes and J.C. Park, have you guys ever heard of refurbishing? Okay? Instead of knocking stuff down and rebuilding, let's refurbish it. You could have added a splash pad for it, for crying out loud. But now you're going to invest $40 million into this park? And oh yeah, Mr. Sam, please don't ever speak on TV, because, we don't need shade at night. Thank you very much.
Kyle Lamadou, Marie Kavanaugh,
Kyle Lamadou, District 7. I submitted a public records request on May 8th asking for somebody to please provide any copies of any notes, minutes, summaries, documentation, or created whatever during a most recent one-on-one with most council members. And I received back the first one saying that city has reviewed their documents and there are no documents responsive to my request. So are there actually any notes or anything taken in the meetings? I would actually like to know about that, because to my understanding, that is not so. Then I'm going to quickly talk about the flagpole, but not in the way you guys think I'm going to talk about it. I donated $1,000 via my company, and I am supposed to be getting name recognition on the monument, recognition flag, event promote and program and signage, commemorative challenge coin, and digital recognition on the website. The only thing I validated that I don't have is digital recognition on the website. So I don't know if that's just oversight or maybe the experts didn't get it right. So just curious about that, or maybe it's because of who I am. Now I'm going to read my speech. I want to remind this council of something very important tonight. Citizens do not surrender their constitutional rights when they walk into this chamber. Again and again, courts across this country have ruled that elected officials cannot use vague decorum rules as a weapon to silence criticism, remove dissenters, or punish speech simply because they do not like someone's viewpoint or expression. Did you understand that, Mr. City Attorney? Here are just a few examples. In Acosta versus City of Costa Mesa, the court found that portions of the city's decorum enforcement unconstitutional because officials punish protected expression without a true disruption. Here's my point of a protected expression. Would everybody like to clap? That's protected expression. In Eisen versus Madison Local School District, the court struck down rules banning abusive or antagonistic comments because criticism of government officials is protected speech. So here are my examples. Our police chief likes to finagle funding, or our city attorney is dismissive of the law, or John Gunter needs to take his gavel and shove it. In Norse versus City of Santa Cruz, the court ruled a citizen's brief gesture and emblems did not justify removal because there was no actual disruption of the meeting. Now, in that meeting, do you know what he gave? He gave a Nazi salute. I'm not going to give that. I'm going to give this. And guess what? It is protected. You don't have to like it. You have to get over it. That is the key here. Actual disruption, not hurt feelings, not embarrassment, not criticism, not sarcasm, not frustration, actual disruption. I'm going to go back to last week's meeting. Do you know who caused the disruption in the room? You. The Constitution was written to protect wasn't protected to protect polite speech that government officials agree with. It was written specifically to protect speech that weak government officials disliked. Government does not get to decide which opinions are acceptable simply because they sound harsh. Citizens have the constitutional right to to criticize their government, question decisions, challenge.
Thank you. If we have any more clapping, we'll take a recess.
Marie Kavanaugh.
My name is Marie Kavanaugh, and let's briefly touch on the medians again. You approve a bazillion more dollars on medians, but you also approved millions more dollars to maintain them, which is going to be a perennial thing. Okay. Okay. Bimini East is now our Cape Coral's $45 million outdoor storage lot. It's just full of stuff, trucks and trailers and whatnot. But anyway, last week, I guess it must have been at the Cow or something, I asked the city manager a question and he kind of sort of answered it, but didn't. So I'm gonna ask for him to answer this again. I want to know when you realized the land value of Bimini East was going to be around $20 million. And was that $20 million figure ever relayed to the commissioners and the CRA or the council members, which are one and the same? And I want to know if you did and when you did. CRA rules and bylaws, I just see that as another attempt to control the narrative. And J.C. Park, I'll tell you, this whole concessionaire thing is ridiculous because council and the city manager knew well over a year ago we did not have a concessionaire. They apparently made little or no attempt to find someone so that we could collect the $1.4 million the reef was supposed to come up with. Okay? But you don't care. It's not your money. Spend, spend, spend. Spend away, have a ball. Oh, the rowing club. Real quick on the rowing club. Last week, somebody up there said that he was never for putting the rowing club in Tropicana Park, and he never will be. Well, I suggest you go to either the Rowing Club Facebook page or the Take Out the Trash Facebook page and watch a video from 2020 where it clearly states that you were going to give space for the rowing club to store their boats and even specified dimensions. And the first one to vote aye was Mr. Gunter.
Ann Birchtold, Julia Atari.
Ann Birchtold, Take Out the Trash. You know, it's interesting to hear Kyle speak about our rights because at the last council meeting, I attempted to say something about our rights of free speech and the exercise thereof, and I was stopped mid-sentence for being off topic. And I lost 10 seconds. And yet that same night, in a different ordinance, another speaker, by the way, a land developer, was off topic. And you know what was said to that person? Not one thing. And he didn't lose any seconds. So I started to think about this. I'm not sure. Was it because I'm like small and female and he was tall and male? I don't know. I'm just asking. And by the way, I lost 10 seconds and they were never reinstated.
Julia Atari, Skylin Brown.
Oh, my girl. Hello, Julia Tari. Yeah, well, I had a speech ready, but I was, you know how it goes for me. I listen to everybody. It's more about what the people want. And, you know, when I looked at the spending and the money, and I did speak about that, I mean, you're talking about J.C. Parks taking income from a concessionaire that's equal to what the boathouse is making. And I think those projected incomes are ridiculous. And considering we don't have a contract yet with anyone to take over, you're talking about a 1,100 square foot building making millions of dollars a year. What did he say, 5 million? I mean, that's insanity. And the guy hasn't even signed a contract yet because every time he's come for the last 6 months that you've been working on this, it becomes a debacle. So stop using money we don't have to pay back money that we're borrowing, because I don't care about, well, you have to have a savings account. Well, you know, District Stinky, not everybody has a savings account. Not everybody has extra money. And not everybody wants to leave $1,000 in their bank instead of paying off their credit card and pay a 26% interest. That's not everybody's financial plan. Your financial plan isn't what everybody else in America does. So stop incorporating what you do. And, you know, when I see you on the Forbes 500 list, maybe I'll say, okay, this is a great deal, but it's not. The other thing is, I did go to the J.C. Park open house, and it was wonderful. It really was a nice time. The parking is horrendous. I brought my own tree, in case anybody wanted to know I needed a little shade. But we had no trees. We don't have shade. And I'm looking at this, and every park we have, Tropicana has no trees. We're going with the same design. Now you're taking down all the trees on Cape Coral Parkway. The next thing, we're going to be in the Sahara Desert. We're going to see everybody driving around Cape Coral on camels. This is ridiculous. We have no shade. It's really sad because those businesses counted on the shade trees. They all have little tables and chairs outside. People eat. It's nice for them. And you keep taking that away. It's insanity. Stop. Make a deal with getting a concessionaire in the boathouse. We need it. We don't need $18 million for J.C. Park. He's putting the whole bill. You guys are shooting yourself in the foot all the time because it's always more. Let's see how much more we can squeeze out of this asshole and how much more we can squeeze out of that asshole. It's ridiculous. Let it go. Make some decisions. Make some hard decisions and stick with them. Because right now we don't have money to fool around with. We really don't. Thank you.
Skylin Brown, Tom Shadrack.
Good evening, Council. I want to speak tonight about a pattern many residents are beginning to notice across multiple issues in this city, and that is the growing perception that large-scale development interests are consistently being prioritized over long-standing community interests. The rowing club issue at Tropicana Park is a perfect example. I grew up using those waterways. My dad and I kayaked there for years. In all of that time, this was never an excessively congested or dangerous boating corridor. Most days, you'd barely see traffic outside the occasional boat. So respectfully, the sudden framing of this area is unsafe for a supervised youth rowing program does not align with the lived experience of many longtime residents who actually use these waters. And if the city is truly concerned about boating safety, then the larger issue is enforcement, because I have personally witnessed detrimental accidents, boaters regularly disregarding no wake zones, and unsafe operation standards around non-motorized vessels. That is already happening today. The existence of children participating in rowing did not create that problem. At the same time, taxpayers already funded infrastructure compatible with the rowing access. The club was led to believe that this was a viable location and now are watching the city reverse course while massive development pressure expands around the Seven Islands corridor. Whether intentional or not, it creates the appearance that community recreation, youth athletic access are becoming secondary to maximizing development potential. And residents are noticing similar concerns elsewhere. Right now, the city's building department is also under a state audit review regarding transparency, permitting operations, and financial oversight. Regardless of where that process ultimately leads, the existence of a state-level audit alone should signal how important public trust and transparency have become in this city. People want consistency, people want accountability, and people want to know that decisions are being made for the benefit of the public, not simply for the benefit of growth at any cost. And while we're discussing city spending priorities, I also want to raise a broader question about how we approach our public landscaping and stormwater spaces. Tonight, we are talking about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on medians and city-maintained areas. But this is Southwest Florida, one of the most ecologically unique regions in the country, and we should be asking why we continue defaulting to resource-intensive turf grasses instead of incorporating more native pollinator-friendly landscaping. Native plants require less water, reduce fertilizer demand, support butterflies, bees, and birds, and improve stormwater absorption. Right now, many of our medians are visually uniform but ecologically empty, and in a city already struggling with water quality concerns, it feels outdated to continue treating every public green space like a suburban lawn. Thank you very much.
Hi, Tom Shadrack, permanent resident. Clarify a couple things that were said earlier. I think it's a $30 million surplus we have. I think you guys were saying 29. I think it's 29.9, at least being a little more accurate. I think rounding to 30 million is more accurate. And that's all unrestricted money. That means when you guys do a budget every year, it's supposed to be balanced. Revenues equal expenses. To have a surplus of $30 million is unconscionable to a taxpayer. That's money that's out of our pockets. It's out of your personal pocket. It could be used to help charity if we had 30 million still in our pockets to help. But it's not. It's in the city's cash. And I said, that's probably 50 million today. I'll explain. If you go look at your monthly revenue that you get, or expenses and revenues, you have a $12 million surplus in interest already in fiscal year 26, 12 million. And then, we know we underrun staffing by 100 people probably on average. And that would create another $8 million because you fund at 100% of budget for all staffing. So that's my 20 million, 12 plus 8. And just learning today that there's $11 million sitting there from the sale of the 7 Islands. Wow, it's a lot of cash that could be in our pockets as taxpayers. I have another comment today. I got a comment from a business owner on 47 Terrace, texted me going, my business was shut down today because LCEC cut off the power on 47 Terrace, or his location. They're putting up new power poles there. In fact, I couldn't get here tonight. I had to go around because they had the street blocked off. And his argument was, I wasn't warned. I have staff here and my business is shut down and I can't work. So the question would be, I know that's LCEC, but is there not any notice that the city would do to help people with their businesses when they know power is going to be off? Is there a notification? Street is blocked off. Is there going to be a warning, a sign saying, hey, we're going to shut the street down for a day? Where is that at? How does LCEC get away with that without telling anybody? So that's something on the city that they should be contacting LCEC and say, why aren't you notifying businesses and the city when you're going to shut down a street? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all.
Okay, citizens' input is now closed. Is there any council discussion on citizens' input? Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this really brief. Ms. Lisette, yes, you do have to, if you have an Airbnb, you have to register it. Those are the regulations within our city. Okay, this isn't a two-way
conversation, ma'am.
So I would recommend that you reach back out, and I can certainly follow up with code to make sure, but I think the process is pretty easy, and maybe I can send you a link for it. Okay, I'm talking. Thank you. Thank you. I'm proud for your country today. P.S. by the way. So I will find that link and I'll get your email and I will look at your comment card and I'll either call you or I will email you if you need guidance or help through that. Let's see. Okay. Mr. Shadrack, I will get an answer on LCEC. Normally they're pretty good about notifying. I know I've gotten notification before when they've told me they had to turn off my power on my street. So let me find out. I reached out to our LCEC rep and I'll get back with you tomorrow. Let's see. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Yes, Katie. Okay, so Katie, there's a lot of services. If I hear what you're saying and you're right, it's coming and it is coming. I can speak at least to the mental health piece because I'm working on that with the city manager and hopefully we'll be able to bring something to our budget meetings with this council. The question again is, how are we going to pay for it? But I have an idea and a thought and potentially a pilot program that I'm going to share with my team members to see if they agree. In the meantime, you may reach out to me anytime via email. I have a list of services, especially for the emergency mental health services, because I learned a few months ago that the Center for Progress, which is based in Fort Myers, actually has a mobile unit and they deploy it at all hours of the night. And they work hand in hand with CCPD, with our police officers, to try to avoid Baker Acts when they're not necessary, or to be able to identify services immediately within Lee County that they can service the individual who may be having some mental issues or a mental breakdown. So feel free to email me. I have a whole list and we can talk offline about it. I won't keep these guys anymore with our conversation, but reach out to me because I have a whole list of a lot of things that you said that you were talking about and potential services that could be a temporary fix. Let's see. Mr. Lamadou, there, I don't see him. Oh, there you are. I take notes in my city manager meeting. So I think maybe when you ask for that public records request, I don't think that, that there are any formal notes, if you will, that are taken, by staff. We get presentations the same presentations most of the time that are in our backup material, we go over and review in those meetings. So I don't know of any formal notes that are taken. So I just wanted to say that. And I listen, I hear everything about freedom of speech. I've said this before. I've said it online. A 5-star general once said this to me, or said this at a prayer breakfast a few years ago in Lee County. And he said the Constitution guarantees freedom of speech. However, it doesn't guarantee wisdom of words. So anytime that we have scary outbursts like what happened earlier this evening, I will always support calling a point of order and having the mayor call a recess until that individual can be removed. We have other residents in this room. You know, safety is very important. So I just want you to know from my perspective, I'll support that because that type of behavior is not conducive and it's not appropriate, especially when, you know, we could have, you know, kids in the room or anybody underage. Like we had earlier a youth council student who was just, you know, Miss Jen, what do I do? I'm like, you're going to get escorted out. So I just wanted to say that publicly to you, and we can talk offline about that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah. Ms. Alvarez, you brought up the flagpole, the $140,000 donation. I've met the couple that did the donation. They did it for personal reasons. They had a very valid reason, and it was a legitimate donation. Also, for anyone that is bringing up the rowing club is not currently at Tropicana Park. They are at the Third Island. And please be aware that with the ramp and the dock that is at the Third Island currently, they have still won championships. And yes, there is an alternative plan to Tropicana for the top of the North Spreader. It is out on the email now. It is something that I had worked with the team and with a marine contractor, and there are CAD drawings and costs and everything else. And we are continuing to work on this. So no, it hasn't been left by the wayside. Don't let anyone think that it has. It's been very much on the forefront for all of us. Thank you.
Councilmember
Thank you,
Steinke.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just bring some relativity to the issue around the $30 million. $30 million is a whole lot of money for everybody in this room and everybody outside of this room. That $30 million is 2% of our overall budget, which is $1.4 billion, which is a heck of a lot more money in running the city. And so just to bring that down into numbers, that's a little easier to fathom. If I or a household makes $40,000 a year and we're budgeting what we're going to do with the $40,000 a year, at the end of the year, that means we made an $800 miscalculation. So we ended up with $800 left in our checking account that we didn't spend from the $40,000 that we made. And so when the city is trying to put together a budget with revenues and expenses at a $1.4 billion level, it's that same 2% that equates to $30 million. So if you're going to underestimate your revenue stream, and you're going to overestimate your expenses to make sure that you're being prudent in your financial decision making, that $30 million, while is a load of money, percentage wise, it's the same as $800 to a $40,000 budget. And so most of us, including myself, don't deal with those big numbers in our personal lives all the time. But at the municipal level, those are the size of the numbers that then, when you adjust them to percentages, tend to make a little more sense. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, just real quickly on LCEC that was brought up earlier. I just want to let you know, I received some phone calls this morning from some business owners. Spoke with LCEC about 9/21 this morning. They said that they weren't even aware that their contractor was going to be out there doing the work. They dropped the ball. They would have normally notified the business owners of the periodic outages. They said that they would do a much better job. I know they were sending someone out to speak not only to the subcontractor that was working with them, but also some of the business owners. So it is unfortunate. You know, I know some of those business owners down there. One person that I spoke to said, hey, if I would have known this, I would have given my employees off today, you know, instead of just sitting around. So it is unfortunate. We'll make sure that LCEC does a better job as far as notifying the customers when they're going to proactively be doing some improvements down in their transmission lines, no matter where they are in the city. That's all I have. We'll move on to next item on the agenda is reports. Councilmember Downell, report.
Yes, hi. The one I wanted to highlight, I went to the mayor's scholarship fund, and I was just blown away. When they start talking about the grade point averages and hearing just what the youth are doing is great, which means you all know this is the last regular council meeting before from higher ed and K-12 in particular graduation. So by the time we meet again, both of them will have always gone through their graduation. So on behalf of the council, I know they have no problem me saying, let's start with my college kids out there. You know, congrats, whether you were summa cum laude grad or like me, thank you, Lordy, going to K-8, whether you were valedictorian or me, recesstorian, great. Thank you for all you do. Please, if you find someone out there, if you see a student out here in the Cape, give them a kudos, because that's a huge accomplishment. And be careful and enjoy all the graduation ceremonies. You got it. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kaduk.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended the Mayor's Scholarship Ball. It was a great event. I actually want to address something. I recently learned, well, council also learned of a significant modification to the recreation center that's happening at Festival Park. The scope of the project has changed and it's no longer a FEMA shelter component. And I'm concerned about that. And when I asked, has council been updated on this change? The response from staff referenced prior authorization allowing the city manager or designee to approve the scope modifications. And this is literally stated in every single resolution, in every single agenda that we have. In fact, it's even on this Kearns group when it comes to the assignment transfer portion. So this is concerning to me, and I feel like there's a blurred line here. This recently happened too with the Lee BIA MOU and the CCCIA MOU. We're seeing significant decisions being made administratively first and then coming to council afterward. And I don't like that. That's not healthy governance. So it's not personal. I respect our staff. I think staff does a great job. And I definitely told the city manager in my one-on-one how I felt about this on Monday. But we're blurring the lines here. And this is exactly why I supported the strong mayor being on the ballot, because we are held accountable to the public. And right now I feel that the city manager is supposed to be serving at the direction of council, not the other way around. And I have seen that the cart is pushing the horse now, and we are being held accountable and he is not. So that specific project really upset me because I voted no on both of the resolutions that have come before us since I've been on council. However, this project started before I was on council and it was a FEMA shelter component. And we were putting in $6 million and they're giving us $29 million. And I already can see the writing on the wall that they're gonna come back to us, maybe not approve it now. I mean, they're doing the same, we're building the same shelter, but now there's no shelter component to it. So that's concerning to me. We're all accountable to the public. He needs to be accountable to us, and saying that it's the city manager or its designee, even in this Kearns group, you know, this was for the assignment portion, which I know that people had concerns on this council this evening tonight about that. So please don't blur the lines and come to us before you make the decision. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, May 8th, attended J.C. Park ribbon cutting. May 9th, a vendor event at J.C. Park. Went in early and beat the crowd out, but that was well done by city staff, and all the vendors did a great job. May 12th, attended the History Museum Board of Directors. Also on the 12th, I went to the Charter Budget, Oasis Charter Budget Workshop, and then attended the Charter Board meeting after that. May 12th also attended the Firefighters Union meeting just to have a relationship there. Maintained on May 13th, of course, our CRA. May 13th, also went to the Mayor's Scholarship. And again, echoing what has already been said, what a great event. May 15th, attended MPO. May 16th, went to the CCCI Hurricane event at the German American Club, and with the other council members attended the Lee Health Veterans Facility groundbreaking. That's going to be a great facility. Just one key point about that, some of the diagnostic equipment that's coming in there, its proficiency is based on new technology and cutting edge technology, continues to be updated. So our citizenry knows, in particular, the cardiac unit and the electrical capability of analysis there is going to be tremendous. So you're really going to have the Cadillac of the industry sitting right here in Cape Coral. And then on May 20th, earlier today, I attended the BIA contractors meeting. The meeting went extremely well, very positive atmosphere, high level of cooperation on both raising issues that might be coming up and talking about ways to work together into those issues. So thank you, Mayor. That's about it.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. I too attended the Mayor's Scholarship dinner, which was excellent, and then also the groundbreaking for the Lee Health Medical Facility, which will be beautiful and much needed. And then I attended the CCCIA dinner last Thursday. Councilmember Kilrain, where were you? No, I'm kidding. I only say that. I'm kidding. I only say that because the meeting was definitely not what I expected. And I found myself trying to figure out a relationship issue that really I have no legislative jurisdiction over as a council person. And it was pretty disappointing, honestly, to see the meeting advertised one way and then actually it was something completely different. I certainly was not expecting that at that dinner. So I just wanted to say that publicly and, again, just reiterate, operations is not our role. Our role is to set policy. And my hope is that relationship can be repaired down the road and eventually. So I will keep hoping for that. Let's see. I also attended the DeSantis press conference on extending the red snapper fishing season last week. It was very well attended, and it was great to hear the partnership between with Florida Wildlife Commission, and there were a lot of very excited fisher people there. So that was encouraging. And let's see, Saturday I will be rowing in a boat, and I'm excited about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lehman.
I also attended the Mayor's Scholarship Dinner and the ribbon cutting for J.C. Park and the groundbreaking for the new Lee Health facility, in addition to many other functions. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
No report.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 8th, I attended the J.C. Park ribbon cutting. Was honored to make a short presentation then, and it was awesome to see that come to fruition. Thank you to staff for preparing for that really well, greeting our citizens there. I haven't heard anybody mention the next day, which was the 9th. I attended the Movie in the Park. As many might know, there was a barge that was floated by one of our local business owners as a barge with a huge movie screen on it. That movie screen was positioned right on the waterfront along the edge there. And we talk about activating the waterfront. It was certainly activated that night. We had over 6,500 people in the park come to watch Lilo and Stitch. I took the opportunity to watch it by boat. The movie screen is actually on both sides of the floating barge. And so it actually not only would host people that were in the park, but also those that could come by boat as well and be with their families in their boats right off of J.C. Park. So that was absolutely awesome. And for those that are interested, I had over 5 foot of water depth all the way in right there next to J.C. Park. So next time we have an event out there that's both boat and attend at the park itself, don't be afraid to take your boat there. It's a lot of fun. On the 13th of May, I had the privilege of substituting for the mayor, making a proclamation presentation at the Mayor's Scholarship Fund Awards Dinner. As has been said previously, these recipients are absolutely amazing. I don't know when you went to school, but when I went to school, if you had a 4.0, you were walking on water. Today, if you got a 4.0, you're in the back of the class. These people have like 5.4 grade point averages. How you get that, I have no clue. But they got them. They're brainiacs, and the dollars that are raised certainly help them, continue their education and hopefully keep them here at home when they do. For the record, if you're listening to this or if you read about it afterwards, the 19th of September is a date to mark on your calendar. That is when the next Mayor's Scholarship Banquet is. The Mayor's Scholarship Ball will be held on September 19th. And that's where a good bit of this money is raised that provides these scholarships for these kids and for those young adults and actually not so young adults that go to our academies as well, our training academies and our trade school. The 14th of May, I attended and represented the city at the Tourist Development Council meeting for Lee County. We got over $400,000 of appropriations on that day, and we were also reconsidered on something that we were previously denied on, and that was maintenance dollars for J.C. Park. The requirements is that the facility must be open to receive the funding, and the date that they made the decision, the park hadn't opened yet. But we made a plea, staff made a plea for reconsideration, and they were open to that reconsideration, and in the reconsideration approved the additional little over $14,000 in maintenance money for J.C. Park. We do have multi-millions though that are currently under consideration at the county board of commissioners level that we all need to pay attention to and lobby whoever we need to lobby for. There are two different avenues by which we get money from the Tourist Development Council because of bed tax collected, and one of them is on eco parks. Of course, in the Cape we have a lot of eco parks, more eco parks than we do beach and shoreline, and so that additional category that we can receive money under will require dollars being released from reserves from the TDC. And a future meeting is going to be held according to Board of County Commissioner Cecil Pendergrass's schedule, because he chairs the TDC, and for us to get any of that considered to be taken from reserves by the Board of County Commissioners, it will have to be brought forward by the TDC as a special request. I'll keep everybody informed of when that meeting gets scheduled for. And lastly, on the 15th of May, I attended the MPO. Unfortunately, we didn't have a good showing there. We have 5 seats. We need all 5 of them most of the time. Fortunately, on the 15th, we did not. The 2 projects that were up for approval got approved without contest. So I was happy that happened. And Mayor, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just, one comment real quickly for Councilmember Kadook, since she brought it up. As far as the project that you had mentioned that you thought may not be, get funded, the Board of County Commissioners approved it by a 5-0 vote. So that project will move forward. That's all I have. Reports, Mr. City Manager?
Nothing for me.
I'm sorry, City Attorney. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, Mayor, is it okay if I jump on the podium? We have a permit search tool that Councilwoman Kadook and several council members have asked for us to put together. If not, we can show it next Wednesday. It depends on if you want to show how to go through it
Next
tonight.
Wednesday.
Next
Thank
Wednesday?
you.
Works.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
8:45.
We'll add that. That's going to be a long meeting, but that one.
I'll be awake then.
Do it at the
But,
beginning.
so we have a tool now where you can actually say, I want to do permit data, and you can see when it was applied for, what the status is, how long it's been waiting, anything. So, and now we can arm our residents to be able to combat whether or not they are being told the truth about their permits. So I'm very happy for my team to pull that together and make it very easy to search on our website. So with that, our EnerGov system is going to be unavailable for system upgrades. That is going to involve permitting and licensing from May 21st through the 26th. We are going to have our upgrade beginning tomorrow at 4 p.m. The system will be down Friday for a full upgrade. And then Saturday through Tuesday, we're going to be intermittently looking at the system. So if there's any issues, we may have to pull it down next Monday and Tuesday while we address anything. But hard down Friday for a system-wide upgrade. Tropicana Park ribbon cutting is set for May 29th, Friday at 10 a.m. at 4101 Tropicana Park. We are hosting an annual Hurricane Expo, May 30th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the German American Club. Again, that is May 30th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And a reminder for the community and everybody that our fertilizer restrictions begin June 1st. I do want to address two items. The first one being a couple days ago, we had nearly a 3-inch rain event. And I usually send out, but I think Matt's taking this over. We are about to hit rainy season, and our system is not designed to handle an intensity of all kinds. So when you get something over a 1-inch rain, it is expected that there will be localized street flooding until the system is able to purge the water that lands. So we just need to be prepared for it. The rainy season is upon us. We have a lot of people that have moved here that are used to being in mountains or in hills. They're not used to seeing standing water. It's a Florida way of life in a flat land. So just a friendly reminder, that time of season is here. With that, we have some new designs in our parks. So for example, Cultural Park is designed that behind the theater, that big grassy area is meant to be the stormwater treatment area. JC Park, in the middle of the grassy areas, is meant to be our stormwater treatment area. So when you have a 3-inch rain, it's meant to store there, and there's an inlet in the middle, and it slowly filters out and is treated in those areas of the pond. So it is designed in heavy rain events, you will see water in the parks just like you would see in the road. It's to be environmentally sensitive and make sure that we're getting treatment of our water before it just goes running off into the canals, or in that case, the river. And then lastly, trees on Cape Coral Parkway. We are moving to a 6-lane, these are just the buzzes in the community. We are moving to 6 lanes on Cape Coral Parkway. Trees are only allowed to be so close to the edge of right-of-way. So when there was a parking space there, the parking space served as a buffer between the edge of the travelway and the trees. Well, now that we are moving the travel lane to basically the curb and gutter, those trees now become a safety issue under traffic design standards. So they have to be removed. They are not the same as a street light. Street lights are meant to provide safety. And so things that provide greater safety than impose a safety hazard are allowed to be there because it's deemed to have an overall benefit. We've discussed already working with the CRA. Once this project is completed, we will be looking at replacing trees further away from the edge. May not be of an oak tree, but we are definitely going to be replacing trees. But for traffic safety, those that used to be a full parking width away no longer can be right at the edge of the road. And so we need to remove those, the safety hazard that's going to be posed. And we're working on a solution to replace trees in the downtown area that are coming out. Just like we are working on replacing the parking. If there's 40 trees removed, I don't know what the number I don't, then there'll be 40 trees replaced. Thank you.
Okay, time and place, future meeting. We have a committee of the whole scheduled for Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, beginning at 9 a.m. here in council chambers. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
and represents the city at a regional